require 40. Game, shots, and the match, and the MODUS Super Series champion, Jim McEwen!
It is that titanic Tartan triumph of Scotland's Jim McEwen Masters MODUS Super Series 5.
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Good morning, welcome to Portsmouth. Around about 36 hours ago, Jim McEwen became the 5th MODUS Super Series champion and the 4th name to put his hands on that particular trophy. And so Series 6 begins in earnest, and as you can see, new series. Same old faces up here on the balcony. Chris Murphy's alongside me up here. This is a bit weird, isn't it?
Yeah, a bit different. I'm used to standing there, but yeah, good to reflect on Saturday. Fantastic night.
Yeah, fantastic night. Jim McEwen, the victor, picking up the £20,000. And considering what he did in the previous incarnation of this tournament in Southampton, we waited a little while to see the best of him here. But once we've seen the best of him, goodness me, was he a threat.
Yeah, really good stuff from McEwen. You could see what it meant to him at the end. So emotional, he worked really hard. When he qualified through his week, there was a big release as well of sort of emotion. It's like he'd really felt he deserved to get there. I think there were a few players who sort of feel like that, and some of them missed out on Saturday night. Daryl Pilgrim, the big surprise, failed to get through the group stages, but McEwen, definitely a worthy champion and somebody who we might see come back and try and defend that title in this series.
Yeah, very proud champion, tears in the eyes of the Scotsman in the end, and he joins an illustrious roll of honour. It was headlined by Conan Whitehead. He won Series 1 back around about this time last year. Raymond Smith in January, and then, of course, Luke Littler the last 2 times. It was nice to see him here on Saturday. We know what he's going to do next year in terms of the World Championships, in terms of getting a Q-School card for next year, and it was nice to see him here, at least have something to celebrate for his achievements here.
Absolutely, great to have him here. A touch of class from him to make the trip down here as well. And there was just something about seeing a 16-year-old hand the trophy to somebody 40 years his senior. And it just goes to show that the opportunities that are available here at the Super Series, no barriers to entry, just an opportunity for the players that are outside where Luke Littler is destined to go on the PDC tour to come and play darts and earn some really good money and do a lot of good things, get great exposure on TV.
Well, it doesn't help the age-old question whether it's a young man or old man's game, put it that way. Anyway, let's have a look at Series 6. This is week 1, and these are the players involved. Group A, very cosmopolitan field. We've got Germany, France, England, Scotland, all represented in there. And there's players in that Group A, in particular Thibaut Tricol, who's been here many times before. We've seen some good stuff from him on various different circuits, but hasn't yet won a week here.
Yeah, another player who you would expect that to be the case. He's reached the final of the Lakeside last year. You'd expect the Frenchman to maybe taste victory at some point. Will this be the week? Who knows? But he's in a very difficult week, a very difficult group as well, with the likes of Harry Ward, Willie Borland, who've shown what they can do on that stage recently, and themselves are gearing up to winning weeks, it seems. And then throw in some, not unknown quantities, but players that have produced great stuff in their kind of young careers, and certainly someone can make a name for themselves this week.
Well, those are the players. Let's have a look and see what the bookmakers think about proceedings this week. And I want to talk in particular about the two in the bottom half of that first page there. Jared Cole and Dan Reed, 2 players who become regulars. Dan Reed's going to equal Robert Thornton's all-time appearance record this week. They're players who got a lot of experience for their young ages, but is it fair to say we need to expect them to kick on now?
Yeah, experience is the right word, because they've got experience here on that stage behind us, and I think that's really significant and important. Look at the person who just won on Saturday night in Jim McEwen, probably the most experienced player in this format, having played and won in Southampton and now doing it in Portsmouth. So I think those guys having experience on this stage, they'll expect of themselves to get that winning feeling. And I think, maybe for one of them it will come. I also like the man above them in the betting, Rob Grundy, having played last week, to come back on Thursday. might just be in a better position because it won't feel as important to him. Might give him a little bit of relief and to be able to play with some freedom.
Well, we'll see them a little bit later on this week on Thursday and Friday, respectively. Let's have a look and see what's happening in Group A and see what the bookmakers think about proceedings, because they have really ballened out as the 11-5 favourite. Thibaut Tricol, second favourite, 15-8. But Harry Ward could be the type of player that goes under the radar this week and perhaps shouldn't.
Yeah, I would have them all probably pretty level, those top three, but that's probably why I used to lose all my money. But yeah, I think Harry Ward, he's been better and better every time he's come here, and I expect to see him being competitive right at the top end of this group. I think it's the kind of group where we could be going right down to the death. Often in Group A, we see it's more or less wrapped up after Tuesday. I don't think that'll be the case this week.
Well, let's have a look and see what the bet builders saying about today's action. Now, this is a treble which is worth around about 5-1. Thibaut Tricol in the over 180 marks is Willie Borland. The same for Nico Blum against Thomas Banks. And then in the handicap betting, Harry Ward there against Nico Blum. This could be the type of group where we might see a lot of 180. He's got some real power scorers in there.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we've got Blum as the sort of unknown quantity. Hasn't really played darts at all for about 3 years in any competitive sense. Hasn't played stage darts for about 6 years. But when he did, he was really good. Won the World Masters Youth when he was just 16 years of age. I think he's the type of player that could spoil a few coupons this week. So, yeah, gamble with caution.
18 plus, begambleaware.org. It's a little bit quieter in here compared to Saturday, isn't it?
Yeah, it was a fantastic night. And I think anyone who saw it would want to come back and make sure they're here. But yeah, it's a different feeling. And I think, again, for these players that are on debut, who haven't experienced a finals night before, that might work to an advantage as opposed to someone like Grundy, who played on Saturday night and then next time gets onto the stage and it's total silence.
Well, from the Darty Party in Pompey to a Monday morning where all begins again. Another 1,300 matches, another 13 weeks, and another 100 or so players that are going to be involved in MODUS Super Series 6. And the two players who got the honour of kicking things off are Harry Ward and Thibaut Tricol. Chris Murphy's going to make his way down to the commentary box. That's more natural, isn't it? He's going to join Phil Bars. Hello, Phil.
Thank you very much, Henry, and welcome along, everyone. MODUS Super Series 6 gets underway this morning. And the Group A action is starting off with a bit of a fanfare. Harry Ward against Thibaut Tricol. Of course, Tricol warming up for the Lakeside in a few weeks. The runner-up to Neil Duff last year, looking to go one better. But here we have Big H. Retired his PDC Tour card to do other things and fell out of love with the game, but firmly back in love with it now, producing some good stuff.
First leg, it's Harry to throw first. Game on.
And Big H gets us underway here. Game one of Series 6.
42.
The first week, the first opportunity to book your place in Champions Week.
45.
And coming through Group A would give you a couple of days off. Spoke to Harry this morning, said
39.
he's playing some really good stuff locally. He's enjoying it again. Got a young one on the way in February, so life is good for Big H right now.
60.
And Thibaut Tricol looking to get maximum preparation ahead of Lakeside. And as if by magic,
95.
down the stairs, Murph, getting your steps in today.
Yeah, don't ask me any questions. I'm all questioned out.
On the other side of it for a change.
Yeah. And that's exactly what this pair will be trying to be, isn't it? On the other side of it, because they haven't experienced that winning moment on that stage on a Saturday night, but both of them have been players
43.
that you could see doing just that.
100%. They both have pedigree at the highest level. Big H has won a Pro Tour, and Tricol getting to the Lakeside final, so full of experience on a big stage when it matters.
Yeah, Neil Duff winning that final, the first Frenchman to play in a big televised darts final and getting so much interest in the sport over in France. Tricol, probably not fitting that he didn't go on to become the first tour card holder. That honour going to Jacques Labre.
Harry Racoin, 142.
Yeah, and I don't mean this horribly or anything, but it was quite ironic because, in my opinion, Thibaut's the better player, but Jacques Labre maybe dealt with the pressure better.
90. Thibaut require 160.
Yeah, under the radar. So, trying to hunt down the treble 19, couldn't do it.
38. Harry
And then he's
require 52.
Sort of wasted the last start there, hunting down the double to leave a double. And Ward can punish on double 16, which he does.
First leg. Harry Ward.
Harry Ward takes the opener on throw, but Thibaut will feel that's a missed opportunity there. The chance presented itself, and the Frenchman couldn't take it. Big H leads 1-0.
Would be interested to get your opinion, Phil, on I mentioned it with Henry there. That felt that Harry Ward being third favourite was maybe a little bit big, a little bit harsh on him based on how much he's improved the last couple of times he's been here.
84.
Yeah, I was listening to you. I completely agree. For me, he would have been the favourite for Group A. Look, we've seen Willie Borland at the highest level, but his game is inconsistent. When it's good, it's very good. But that lack of a B game worries me a little bit in big moments where Big H, I think, has got better and better every time he's been here. And just that pedigree that he has. And he's almost carefree at the moment. He's enjoying life again. So I would have had him favourite personally.
100.
Certainly at least on a par with the man he's playing now and Borland. And I think it's a real sort of... We're not going to know anything from the other three players until we see them play.
58.
Agreed. An interesting one, though. I was just looking back at some numbers, and look, Thomas Banks has only played on a big stage once. However, it was a very big stage, and he put in an incredible
82.
performance. He averaged 95 against the man that has dominated the Super Series in Luke Littler. So I don't think that'll be an issue with him dealing with the stage.
Yeah, absolutely not. But doing it 5 times a day is a different kettle of fish in itself, isn't it?
Thibaut, you require 100.
Yeah, it's about pacing yourself, making sure that you don't empty the tank early on. We've seen that before where players have put so much into their first couple of matches that the energy reserves are gone.
120.
That nearly went as well, the 136 from Tricol. Despite the miss, he's very handily placed, and it's a decent enough response to losing that opening leg.
135.
From nowhere, Ward puts him under pressure.
Yeah, Tricol, 8-8 to level us up. Can he just use that as a guide? And now it's getting awkward.
No score.
And how are they not in?
Harry require
3 darts
84.
hugging the wire.
Almost like he didn't even go for the treble 20 at all there. Fancies himself for the ball.
Game shot
and that's why
leg.
Harry Ward landing the smallest target on the board to steal that leg from Thibaut Tricol after those 4 darts.
To throw first.
Fluffed by the Frenchman. Who looks a pretty flustered Frenchman at the moment. Ward doubles his lead.
Big H by name, Big H by nature.
97.
And he's halfway to the opening 2 points in Series 6. Yes, Murph, Series 6. Where's the time gone?
Yeah, it's going to be a fantastic series, I'm sure.
100.
With each series, we've seen, I think, an improvement in standard. There have been some slight changes to the structure with the
60.
amount of qualifiers, etc. in this series. And the fact that the ADC Europe players are now coming through qualifiers, which means they've had to already win a tournament to get here.
Yeah, this particular series of every year is also the intriguing one for me as Big H
180.
fires in a maximum.
Well, lights out. Lights out on Series 6, and Thibaut Tricol thinks he might actually play better.
60.
Lights out and away we throw.
Yeah, I think we'll get some...
Harry record 164.
The lights are back on, so that was a bizarre moment. Thibaut Tricol, I mean, he threw the darts, he scored 60. If I was him, I'd have just told the ref it was a 180, and he had never known any different, would he?
Owen wouldn't have noticed. But before the lights went on us, this is the interesting one for me because players have got a decision to make because this series falls half at the back end of this year and then follows in to 2024. We just got excited then because there was a big finish on the cards. That players have got a decision to make, whether they go to Q School and sacrifice a potential £20,000 at Champions Week, or they chase a dream.
Yeah, I think, well, first of all, you've got to win your week to be in, to have that decision. You're in a fortunate position, aren't you, if you're playing the first 6 weeks of Series 6. So if you win it, then you have that choice to make.
Fourth leg, it's Tebow to throw
Big H, it's 3-0 up. And cruising to 2 points as we stand.
134.
Yeah, and it's not like Harry Ward has played a million miles better than Tebow Treacle. He's about a point in the averages. The big difference is the fact that every single dart he's had at double he's hit. And Tebow squandered all 4 of his double attempts in the same leg.
100.
Yeah, we go back to key moments in games, and you and I are both asterisked those darts at double 8. And it could and maybe have been a completely different contest if they'd have gone in.
100.
Treacle down to a finish first, but a couple of trebles here from Ward could make it interesting. That's not going to happen. So Tebow doesn't need to raise the roof with the 167, can just set this up.
Almost does feel like that second leg again. Treacle can put himself in a very good position here, but you just fancy Ward to hit a couple of trebles and pile pressure on.
100.
So there we are. Treacle on a 2-darter. Incoming minimum of 2 trebles from Harry Ward. You just watch. Well, there's one of them, Phil.
Just needs another one.
59.
Almost right. Never said which trebles, but this time there is no pressure. No real pressure.
18 for double 16.
Game
and this time, Tebow Treacle pins double 16, and that finish was crisp and it was clean, and that's exactly what he needed after all those missed darts at a double last time out.
Just look how close they are in terms of standard. The pair of them pretty much in the same postcode.
140.
Harry Ward has hit a couple of 140s and 180. Tebow Treacle is getting ton after ton in this game. In fact, if this is a single 20, this will be his 10th 100 score.
100.
Yeah, just looking at them, I like the Harry Ward throw. Mechanically, it's nice and solid. Not a lot can go wrong with it. Where Tebow, the backswing is quite long. The dart starts from a long way out to come back.
100.
Right, 19s here for Harry Ward. Well, now he can go anywhere he wants because it won't matter in terms of leaving a finish.
79.
But he can get close to that territory, and actually doing what he's done means he can leave a finish without even hitting a treble
41
in his next visit.
Yeah, we saw the long backswing there from Treacle, where Ward, it's a lot more stable and solid. Less to go wrong with.
140.
Yeah, I think what a lot of players do is have sort of reference points, don't they? So where Tebow's is sort of almost his earlobe, I guess. Yeah. Harry Ward's is more close to his mouth.
60. Harry require 87.
However, doesn't need to go the ball route here. He's eradicated that because he's pinned the treble 17. And he only needs the one match start for Big H.
Harry
a
Ward.
4-1 victory over Tebow Treacle, getting his campaign off to a winning start. A huge 2 points already on this Monday. They are the first of Super Series 6. And it is Harry Ward with an 88-85 average for Big H. But coming up after the break, it's going to be Willie Borland against Nico Bloom.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where it's a good morning for people called H. I'm here on the balcony, and Harry Ward has got the better of Thibaut Dracol by 4 legs to 1 in the first game of MODUS Super Series 6 here at the Live Lounge in Porto. Next up for us, it is a return for Willie Borland to the stage here on the South Coast, and he takes on a debutant, the youngster Nico Bloom, who we saw on the World Championship stage at the age of just 16. Right, let's hear from Nico now. He caught up with El Bars in preparation for this tournament.
Nico, here we are, Series 6 of the MODUS Super Series, here on debut. How are you feeling ahead of it?
Absolutely great. Great feeling to be back on stage after 6 years without any darts. Yeah, absolutely great.
After that break, where is your game and what have you been doing in between?
I did a job. I learned a job. I think it's good to have a plan B beside darts. And yeah, my game is getting better and better. I practice a lot. And in January, maybe Q school. Maybe not, but I think I will go.
What's your expectations heading into this week?
I just want to play darts.
And looking at the group, obviously if you haven't played a lot, would you prefer to play all 5 days and not have 2 days off?
I would love to play every day. I think it's a good group. I know Harry, I know William from the development tour. Yeah, I met Felix first time yesterday at the airport. A great lad, absolutely. Thibaut, of course, from the BDO. And yeah, Thomas, I've seen every match from him. World Cup, Europe Cup, great lad.
And watching the MODUS Super Series, what have you thought of it so far?
It's brilliant. Brilliant for every player who has not a tour card or wants to get back into the darts. Yeah, absolutely lovely.
Nico, wish you all the very best today.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, great little chat with Nico Blum there, with Phil Bars, who's alongside me. Spoke really well, and it's great to see him back on a stage after himself being a bit of a teenage talent, Phil.
Yeah, a real positive mindset and attitude, and it was just nice. The energy was bouncing off of him, and it's nice. I'm interested to see where his game's at, but this Super Series stage has unearthed some fabulous talents from Europe.
Yeah, and also hosted some fabulous talents from elsewhere. Willie Borland, of course, famous, hit that 9-darter at the Ali Pali. Flower Power, Nico Bloom, gets it, Bloom, Flower. He, now 22
First
years
leg,
of
it's
age.
Willie to throw first.
He's
Game
a
on.
former World Masters Youth title winner, as you saw there. Won that title when he was just 16.
Yeah, and some of the names on that
93.
World Masters Youth Trophy are illustrious, some of the names that we've seen.
Yeah, he actually beat Keane Barry in the final as well. The player has gone on to be a mainstay of the PDC Tour.
57.
Showing an excitement in his comments about making it to the stage. If anyone who follows his social media will have seen
100.
his reels of his travel over here to Portsmouth. I've never seen someone so excited to visit Portsmouth, to be honest.
Yeah, he was loving it. He might be a little bit disappointed as he tries to go sightseeing.
100.
Yeah, well, his only sight is on Saturday at the moment, trying to get to that finals night.
97.
Again, Willie Borland losing to Neil Duff in the final of the ADC.
120.
Not last weekend, the weekend before.
54.
Again, good preparation as he looks to go back to Q school. He's already made his intentions clear.
Yeah, such bad luck that from Bloom there, because any single would have left him on a finish. Even if it had
81.
just touched the one segment, he'd be on a checkout now.
Should stay there.
76.
Oh, again, that's unlucky. You
Willie
can see it
McQuine,
clipping the
73.
flight on the way through.
Can Borland make the most of the luck? The answer's no,
33.
because he's made a mess
Willie
of that.
McQuine,
And despite
89.
2 darts scoring nothing, Bloom may break in the opening leg, double 16.
Game shot on the
Well,
first
it's going to
leg.
be
Nico Bloom.
rapid stuff, this, from the pair of them. Both like to get on with it, Borland and Bloom, but it's Bloom who
Second leg,
breaks.
it's Nico to throw first.
After
Game
Borland missed that big number. And I suppose with such speedsters, that kind of thing might happen quite a lot, because you just
45.
maybe don't take as much care with each dart when you're moving around the board.
Yeah, we've seen it so often that you have to make sure of those big
82.
numbers, because in tight contests you may only get one chance, and if you blow that opportunity, that setup play, it could come back to haunt you.
123.
But so far, been impressed with Nico Bloom. We didn't know where his game was, but it seems in a decent enough place.
60. 45.
Felix Schurz against Thomas Banks coming up next. Another dart on the floor.
120.
The board just can't take the pace, Phil.
It's an absolute onslaught on that treble 20 right now.
It's
a barrage of big numbers.
180.
As Bloom bangs in a max. Is he going to be joined?
180. Nico, you're right.
Well,
108.
180s. Now Bloom looking at 108. Not going to get a go at it. So Borland will get
60.
the chance to cancel
Will he
out the
59.
immediate break. Double top to do so.
Game's on the second leg.
A lovely
Willie
start
Borland.
to this game. One apiece. That's a 14 dart leg from Borland to level.
So look, it's Willie to throw
Can
first.
have another 13
Game
games
on.
like this, Murph. I'll be very happy.
I will be home by midday.
100.
Now the first of your 104 on the MODUS Super Series weekly.
60.
15 in each of today, Tuesday and Wednesday, then 25 Thursday and Friday, double
93.
sessions before the most important of all, the 9 on Saturday, group games, semis, finals, and we will have our first Champions Week player.
57.
We will. And a point that I think has been overlooked maybe a little bit from Champions Night is the fact that Jim McEwen came through
85.
Group C. Normally, people that come out of it aren't fancied, or it's the unfashionable group, shall we say. But the fact that Jim has
96.
won Champions Week from Group C says a lot about his temperament as well.
Yeah, and often, even when players
99.
have won their weeks from Group C, they've played in Group A as well. Just to come into Group C and win that and then go on and win the finals night is probably one of the most difficult tasks here at the
77.
Super Series. One of the difficult tasks for Nico Bloom so far. He's
We've got
getting all 3 darts in the
124.
board. That's the 3rd time that he's only ended up with 2 in this game.
92.
Borland opting against the bull with Bloom not on a finish.
Yeah, and no, I know the odds are against you in that Group C point,
60.
Murph, but
Will he require
if
32.
you can come out of it, you have got more rest time though.
Game shot on the third leg.
True.
Willie
No
Borland.
rest time in this game though, as Borland gets in front for the first time.
Fourth leg
It
is
is
Nico
proper
to throw
rat-a-tat-tat
first.
darts,
Game
blink
on.
and you miss it with these two.
100.
Fan of the shirt, and it's something that you see less and less, that he's got a stunning pair of
96.
shoes on as well. Most prefer the comfier black trainers now, but that's a dashing pair, Kevin Painter-esque.
I've only
90.
ever seen you in flip-flops, Phil, so I don't know how much of a shoe connoisseur you are, but it's a lovely garment, isn't it, he's wearing?
57.
Yeah, he's proper styling it out. Look at those. Yeah, I'd struggle to be a pro.
91.
Don't think they'd let me play in flip-flops.
Do yourself some damage if you had the bounce outs that he's having in this game.
Rock hard, me.
100.
I'll take your word for it. Great guide, that. And now that one made it difficult.
60.
Basically the same scenario
94.
for Borland there, but he opts
160.
to use a different target.
Just needs to set this up.
100.
Down to a two-darter.
154.
Unless Willie Borland can produce some fireworks. Another. Tops. That is
Game shot on the
absolutely
fourth leg.
outstanding from Willie
Willie
Borland.
Borland.
A huge 1-5-4 finish. 2 treble 19s and tops. It's the break of throw as Nico
Look,
looks
it's
to the
Willie
sky.
to throw first.
Yeah,
Game
an
on.
absolute stunner from Borland, and that's what he's capable of. That's why he's amongst the
96.
favourites to win this week. Big Willie style. fantastic 1-5-4 checkout. 3 out of 4 on the doubles in this game. In fact, they've only
48.
missed 1 dart double between them.
Yeah, Borland is getting jiggy with it.
96.
Well, when he comes back, he could end up leaving the big fish to feast on. That'd be some way to close the game out. We'll
43.
start on 19s if he wants to do that. And now 2 treble 20s. Almost like I've seen this game before.
139.
Is this a pre-record? Have you watched it already?
And we saw him not go for the bull on the 1-2-4 earlier on. If he gets 2 treble 20s, he's going for it.
107.
Absolutely. But no fish this time.
64.
Again, ability is not the question with William Borland, is it? Because we've seen him produce many good things. You just think that, why is it not quite clicked for him recently?
But I'm still trying to work out the
80.
value
Will he
in
require
that
106?
25 last dart there to leave the 106.
There isn't any.
So maybe approach is the question for
58.
Willie Borland.
That was the short answer. There was no value at all.
So 48 when he comes back to get a very valuable win.
100. Will he require 48?
Double 16 will seal it. Tricky. Very, very tricky.
Game
But
shot
he
and
finds
the
a way
match.
past, and
Willie
Borland, well, he turned
Borland.
it around after losing the opening leg on throw. 4 straight legs won by Willie Borland, including one with that stunning supersized 1-5-4 checkout. Nico Bloom showed some decent stuff. The only dart double he had in the game he hit, but Willie Borland hit him hard. An average over 90 and a 4-1 success for Willie Borland, who moves through to play his next game against Thibaut Tricol. Before that, the final 2 players in the group, Felix Schertz against Thomas Banks.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Willie Borland has got the better of Nico Blum by 4 legs to 1. The flower didn't quite have the power, and Chris Mason wants his shirt back. Right, into our third game of the morning session. It's 2 debutants going toe-to-toe here at the Live Lounge. It's a first appearance for Thomas Banks, the youngster who we saw at the UK Open take on Gerwyn Price on the main stage. He's actually been taken under the wing by a player we've seen a heck of a lot here at the Super Series in 2023 in Steve West. He takes on the German debutant Felix Scherz, and earlier on this morning, Phil caught up with him.
Thomas, here we are, MODUS Super Series, Series 6, and you're here on debut. How are you feeling ahead of play?
I'm nervous but excited.
Look, you're one of the youngsters that's been spoken about a lot of success in the JDC. Do you think you can draw on that ahead of tonight?
Hopefully. I mean, I haven't been playing well lately, but practice has been going all right. So I think the games will play all right.
We've seen you do some good things in the ADC, the vaults as well. Obviously, getting here through the ADC. The ADC is doing some great things for amateur darts, and are you really enjoying that system?
Yeah, the vault system is really good. I mean, it's good practice for me personally. I'm quite a slow starter in games, so first or two, it's nitty gritty darts, isn't it? So you've got to be playing well from the start. So it's good practice for me to just kick off well, and then later during the games I kick on. But the vaults really have helped me a lot.
I want to take you back to that final that you played against Luke on the big stage. Although you were on the wrong end of the scoreline, did you take so much confidence from that, the manner of the performance that you put in on a big stage?
Oh yeah, I was buzzing. So I averaged 95 against him. So I was buzzing coming off. Obviously gutted I lost, but you can't win them all. And I took Luke Littler 5-3, and I had a chance to go 4-all. So a few doubles and big numbers, the whole game could have been different. But buzzing, I played that well on a big stage.
Thomas, wish you all the very best ahead of your debut here today.
Thank you.
Yeah, great to hear from Thomas Banks there for a youngster. Spoke really, really well, and let's hope he plays really, really well. We know that he can, as Phil was talking about in the previous match. He's going to take on Felix Scherz in the opener, another debutant, both of them coming through ADC qualifiers. Scherz in Europe, Banks in the UK. And the first couple of games, 4-1 results, Harry Ward and Willie Borland winning. Now this Swiss star will be hoping to follow suit, or will the Bulldog Banks get an opening victory on his Super Series
First leg,
debut?
it's Felix to throw first.
And if previous champions are anything to go by, then you mentioned, he has had many battles with Luke Littler in youth darts, hasn't he?
Yeah, they have been two of the standouts of the JDC system
34
of recent years, and you just look at him. I thought he played really well last time we saw him
21
against Luke Littler, but he said there was a few nerves ahead of play, which is understandable.
93.
But just looking at him, something you don't see too often. He's gone for the Martin Adams approach. He's got a bracelet on his throwing arm, which you don't see too many players do. It's only really Wolfie I can remember that does it.
Mervyn King used to do it, didn't he, as well?
Yeah.
To me,
83.
I can't see how it doesn't annoy you.
I'd find it irritating.
Although it doesn't appear to be much movement on his, the ones that
99.
King and Wolfie wear sort of slide up and down the arm.
But for Scherz as well, it's a big year for Swiss darts. Obviously, we've got a Euro Tour in Switzerland
58.
coming up. So, potential breakthrough area for the sport.
Yeah, we've seen other Swiss players come here before. Thomas Junghans and Stefan Belmont, Marcel Walpen.
63. It's how much you reckon? 151.
Good thinking to leave the 170. But Banks has his own ideas, can't quite complete the big finish.
91. Felix, you reckon 170.
And he's well set for a potential breaker throw. Unless Shearts can take out the 170, which he can't. So Banks returns for 60
58.
and a 1-0
Requires
lead.
60.
It's 20 and it's tops. Now he's chasing to 10s.
Game shot on the
And
first
pins.
leg. Thomas Banks.
It is the first leg in the ledger for Thomas Bank at the MODUS Super Series. But interesting
Second
as well
against
that we've
Thomas
seen
to
many
throw
youngsters throw the flatty now. And I was interested to see what Banks' approach
Game on.
was going to be, but there was no sign of it at all. He's more of a traditionalist.
Yeah, well, that one ends up
39.
on the deck. Yeah, and even hearing him, his approach does seem pretty old school for a young upstart. That's the perfect start to leg 2 for his opponent. Felix getting the cream.
100.
As we were saying earlier, Murph, the Euro Tour heading in
140.
to Switzerland, and it's really going across continental Europe now. Darts, where beforehand it was very much just Germany, a bit of Holland, a bit of Belgium, but now Belgium's booming. We're seeing Poland on the rise, Switzerland for the first time. It's exciting times.
Yeah, I was thinking
43.
about Saturday night, and of course, full credit to Jim McEwen, and he thoroughly deserved that title. I just want to start by saying
15.
that, but was
Felix
thinking about what it
138.
would have maybe done if Sebastian Białecki might have won it for Polish darts. For them to see one of their players win a title on stage. I know we've seen Ratajski do it on the European Tour.
86.
But for a young player coming through, that would have really helped that boom continue. He might have already done that with a 9-darter he hit, of course, in Champions Week.
Yeah, and I don't think we'll see Sebastian
29.
at Champions Night again.
Felix
That's not because he's not got the ability. I think that he will be one that goes on to become a PDC Tour card holder in January.
No need to explain yourself, Phil. Nobody thought you were saying he's rubbish. Well, that could be a good guide.
Game shot
And
the
he's used
second
it
leg.
expertly there.
Felix Shearts.
Shirts to level up this match at one apiece. Last played at
That
the
against Felix to
World
throw
Cup
first.
singles in the
Game on.
WDF system. Didn't have much luck on that occasion, but did reach the last 16 at the Swiss Open. Has played a plethora of European Tour
96.
qualifiers this year. Losing out to some well-known names such as Berry Van Peer, John Michael.
115.
Did get a win against Colin Osborne, of course, a former series finalist in one of those. And was played into submission
125.
at that Swiss Open in the last 16 by a certain Liam Mandel Lawrence.
Just looking at
58.
both side splits of the players' throws, extensions are both nice from them all. Fully extended there on release. Quite upright Shearts.
118.
Where, again, not many moving parts from Banks,
80.
apart from the extension. Solid from both.
$46.
It's Shearts down to a finish first on his own darts. It's been a good response
96.
from having his throw broken in the
Felix
opening leg.
116.
And Thomas Banks just has a little bit of work to do here.
Needed that to get a go at tops. He's now hoping that
92.
Banks doesn't
152.
produce a raid on this leg. Not going to happen. So Shirts returning for 2
60. Felix
12s.
require 24.
And a 2-1 lead. Double 12. That looks a great guide. Just needs to adjust slightly. Over adjusted. One more. A double 6. Banks is poised here.
Game shot.
But he's not going to get a go.
Felix
As
Shearts.
Felix Shearts takes a 2-1 lead.
It's going to be interesting to
Well,
see
it's Thomas
how
to throw
Thomas
first.
reacts during this game. Such a young player, it can be difficult to bounce back from blows.
81.
You know, we've all been there. Teenagers with talent. Well, teenagers at least anyway. But
100.
when things are going well, you feel you're king of the world, don't you? And then when things start to go against you, it takes experience to get that mental strength.
82.
Yeah, 100%, because you haven't been in those places before. You don't know how to react, which is why I look at Luke Littler, that every time a question he's been asked, he's come back and given us more questions, which is a unique quality to have from a youngster.
85.
Oh, fabulous. Put those through a polo, men.
180.
Yeah, grouping was on a pinhead.
81.
He tees up 81 now,
Require 81.
after 9 for a potential 11 and break of throw.
But he's starting to emerge as a one to watch in this group.
41.
His average is tickling the 90 mark. He's really upped his game in the last couple of legs. This one in particular, all neat and tidy on a double top finish after just a dozen
43.
darts.
Felix, you require 40.
Yeah, tops for 3-1. 14 dart leg.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Sorry, 13 dart leg even.
Felix Shields.
Get me maths right.
You thought he was going to miss the first one, didn't you,
I
Phil?
thought he was going to put one above and just use it as a marker. But it
Felix
is the Swiss
Felix
star
to
who
throw
leads
first.
3-1
Game
here.
on.
Just a few questions here for Thomas Banks.
Yeah, and I think we saw in that previous visit that little bit of frustration, the petulance of youth. He only scored 43 points with it, a little careless with the last start.
140.
So needs to reset and refocus and put in a big effort in this leg.
100.
Thibaut Tricot against Willie Borland coming next. And then Banks is going to start to really find it hard. Harry Ward and Tricot in
140.
his next couple of games.
43.
And it's looking as if Shearts is going to win this one quite comfortably in the end.
60.
Down to a finish. And there's not a lot Thomas Banks can do here.
100. Felix, you require 161.
So Shearts has a minimum of 6 to get rid of this one, 6-1.
Well,
95.
they'd be relieved to get the last start in a treble just to ease a little bit of pressure that may be coming his way, though that's not going to happen. Those
32.
long javelin
Felix, you
darts
require
of
66.
Thomas Banks not reaching their destination, and Shearts can finish a job here. 42 for 24 is his plan. Double six. So he doesn't want to put this inside and make it dramatic. That's
60.
exactly what he's done. This could go wrong.
He's now looking down at the trap door that is double 3. And again, I just question his board
74.
management, his experience there.
Felix, you require 6.
Shouldn't have been anywhere near this.
Well, you got yourself into this mess, Felix. Can you get yourself out of it? The answer is no.
No score.
And he's then
Contract
elected to bust his
152.
score. I mean, it's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other, isn't it?
100. Felix, you require
Now all of a sudden
6.
there's pressure because Banks is on a 2-darter. Shearts got himself into this mess, needs to get himself out of it. It's going to be 1 at the Madhouse for 4-1. It's not
4.
there.
Well, it
Thomas,
all
you require
started when he went that
52.
treble 14 route, got it, missed double 12. That's okay. Now he's on double 6.
No score.
In the wrong bed.
Felix, you require 2.
Well, not double 3 this time, but double 1. So can only afford to miss high. In fact, some players intentionally miss high with their first dart, and I think that's exactly what he's done. 1 up and 1 in. Okay, 2 up. As long as you get the 1 in. And he does,
shot
in
on
the end,
match.
gets over
Felix
the line. It got a
Shearts.
little messy for Shearts in that last leg. It could have been won a few more visits earlier, ended up being a 24 darter, and he had to survive a bust there from Banks. But it's a 4-1 success for Shirts on debut, and it's all 4-1 so far at the MODUS Super Series. Ward, Borland and Shirts winning by that margin, and Willie Borland is back in action next against Thibaut Tricol.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. The first round of fixtures for Series 6 have come and gone, and I, for one, quite enjoyed it. 3 4-1 victories. Harry Ward, Willie Bourne, Felix Shirts, the 3 victors involved, all on throw in the first 3 matches. So here we go. The first game of round 2 sees Thibaut Tricol in action up against Willie Borland. And we've got a change in the commentary box. Phil Bars has departed, and Laura Turner is now alongside Chris Murphy.
She certainly is. Thank you very much, Henry. And it's been, well, a really strong start for 3 players. 4-1 wins for Harry Ward, Willie Borland and Felix Shirts on their opening matches. Shirts on debut beating Thomas Banks by that 4-1 scoreline.
Game on!
And Tricol will be looking to try and bounce back from that defeat against one of the players who did have that big win. Some familiar faces on the stage, Laura, to start off Series 6. But before we hear from you on this series, just give us your reflections on Saturday night, the new champion, Jim McEwen.
Well, yeah, because let's be honest, we all still had all eyes on Daryl Pilgrim at that point. And yet, I think, when we were discussing it over the last few weeks, you could make an argument for anyone, but yeah, really pleased for Jim. I think he's one of those really consistent performers, and just upped his level. And congratulations.
Yeah, deserving winner. And the cycle starts again, and there are plenty of players in this group that you could see, if they were to get to Champions Week, being a contender, particularly the
60.
favourites in the two on the stage now and Harry Ward. Borland rattles in a maximum. He managed to hit one in his opening match as well.
140. Will he require 82?
So 17 for tops.
Game shot on the first.
Yeah, nice
leg.
taken there for
Willie
Borland.
Borland.
Very importantly, that's an early breaker throw.
And rare for him to step back as well. Just usually throws them
Second
so
against Willie
fast,
to throw
blink and you
first.
miss it
Game
stuff, but he composed himself there. That was impressive, particularly when on a similar finish in the first match, he carelessly missed a
40.
big number, so maybe he has learnt something. As I say that, he carelessly misses a big number.
Curse of the commentator, of course. I guess we obviously always
100.
associate Willie Borland with the 9 data and those big moments that he's had, but in the in the context of his career,
60.
it's still quite early on, and I guess that's possibly a sign that he's recognising and learning from previous mistakes.
Yeah, and I think
41.
a Super Series weekly win would certainly be something that would be a right building block for a player like
140.
Borland. Was made joint favourite with Thibaut Tricol for this group. Surprised me a little bit. I thought Harry Ward might have been right at the top of the tree
60.
based on recent performances here.
100.
Yeah, but this is really consistent stuff here from very good stuff from Willie Borland. I was about to say Thibaut's struggling to get
140,
going, but
Willie,
good visit there, leaves him at 160.
Has been known to start slowly at the Super Series, Thibaut Tricol, and
65.
that might be starting
Will
again.
160.
We'll be hoping that
60.
Borland
Will he
doesn't
require 96?
take this out and he gets a go at the 100. And his choices here went double-double, tops for double
60.
18, didn't
Will he
work out,
require
so a
100?
chance for parity and a break back.
$60. Will
Not
he
sure
require
whether
36?
that was just confusion of whether to go for the treble or the tops. It just floated in the middle.
Yeah, caught in two minds, perhaps. Well, now there's only
28.
one thing that they want to do.
Require 40.
Straight at tops. Straight at tens. Straight in
Range on the
tens.
second
And it's all
leg.
square.
Thibaut
The
Tricol.
Frenchman punishes Borland for those missed starts and gets level at one
So look, it's
apiece.
Thibaut to throw first. Game on. $96. $92.
Yeah, and it'd be interesting to see, won't it? Because we've got Thibaut coming up into the WDF World Championships. Just had the draw
40.
for that, and it's just I think it's nice now. People know when they should be playing, and Thibaut obviously a seed, so
58.
not sure who would be up against as yet, but got all of that kind of weighing on your mind as well at the moment. And I think this is just absolutely wonderful, just to have this, get this experience before you go
22.
to a World Championship.
Yeah, including yourself as well, of course, Laura. What's your reaction to your draw?
But there's never going to be an easy one, is there?
140.
Yeah, I think I've already kind of messaged Lorraine Hyde, who I've drawn in our kind of almost like prelim, but the winner of our match then goes to face
121.
just Bo Greaves, really. But yeah, you got to beat everyone, haven't you, to earn that kind of
83.
title.
Yeah, it's an opportunity, isn't it? And that's what Tricol is trying to carve out here, but that's a difficult first and difficult second dart.
58. Will he require 128?
Rescues it on the bull to leave a finish.
44.
Well, if he
Will he
takes
require
this out, that's going to be
164.
one of the best bullseyes he's ever thrown in his life. Because it's almost out of anger that he chucked it in the bull.
60. Will he require 84?
But yeah, no, troublous visit there from Thibaut, and
68.
it was a good adjustment from Willie, but unfortunately
Thibaut
just on the
required
inside of the
104.
double. So 104 here. Now double 16 for Thibaut.
72. Will he require 16? Game shot on the third leg. Willie Borland.
Interesting reaction there from Willie Borland, but that's the third breaker throw in this match so far.
Fourth leg, it's Willie to throw first. Game on.
So 2-1 Borland.
134. $100.
And we have seen over the course of the last
57.
series, I think more than any other, the advantage of winning Group A. We had more Group A winners that went on to win finals night in Series 5 than
41.
we had in any of the previous 4 series. So it didn't quite happen for Andreas Harrison on Saturday.
81.
And interesting, we had County this weekend, and our team Hampshire were away to Lancashire. I had a chat with Dave Evans, who won his Group A campaign to get to finals night a few weeks back, and he was just saying he didn't think although he went and practiced, he didn't perhaps manage his time very well in between, and just
99.
couldn't get the momentum that he needed on finals night. That break just threw him slightly. But we've heard that from other players, and they've learned from it. Conan's one, I think John Henderson. They
82. Will he record
adopt a different
130?
tactic.
But I think we've seen players that it's worked both ways that might have
60.
said that they felt more comfortable playing all week, but there were a couple of players come Friday night in Group B that pretty much looked exhausted.
135.
They
Will he
can be
record
long
70?
days, and 5 consecutive days. It's not something you're necessarily used to as a dart player. You can do a couple of days, maybe 3, but when you're talking 5, potentially
54.
6 days, it does become
Will he
quite,
require
it can be
58?
quite, strenuous. And I think we've mentioned it, especially when we spoke about Martin Adams. He just, by day 5, he's finding that quite difficult.
38. Will he require 16?
Well, both this pair finding hitting the double to win this leg quite difficult to this point. Double 8 remains a target. Oh, look at that. Gotta go high. Has to go high.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Goes low.
Willie
And
Borland.
shows that I don't know what I'm talking about. You would have said he had to go low, wouldn't you, Laura? I'm
Oh,
sure.
of course, yeah, absolutely, no doubt.
He sort of nudged it out of the way, didn't he?
Game on.
He was disgusted with that dart blocking it and was right, I'm coming through.
58.
I think it's a very good skill to have in your closet if you can actually move across, adjust, because you're throwing for a slightly longer
100.
distance. I find it very difficult. I don't like to move from wherever I'm standing when I'm throwing.
140.
Well, it's twice in this match that Borland's actually benefited from a pause in his play.
100.
Love seeing the speedy players and don't want that to stop, but I think there are occasions when just taking that extra moment to
79.
assess a situation can be a help, not a hindrance.
I just don't think perhaps.
100.
Like I say, every player and every person they do have their own unique style and rhythm, but I just find when it is those really rapid players, you don't give yourself enough time to actually adjust or really think.
180.
I just don't know how some of them play it at the speed they do.
Oh, that gives you an
82.
example of how quickly
144.
he's slinging them in. Almost like one dart's been thrown before the previous one's landed.
28. Will he record 119?
Can he land the winning check out here? Treble 20. Gets him a go at tops.
Game
and it is
shot on the
another
match.
4-1
Willie
scoreline here at the
Borland.
Super Series on Monday. Series 6 kicks off with 4 4-1 victories, and 2 of them have gone to that man, Willie Borland. Thibaut Tricol has been on the wrong end of 2, going down to Harry Ward and Borland, who completed the win with that stunning 119 checkout to double his points tally and make a perfect start to the week. Thomas Banks and Harry Ward up next.
And it was a packed house here at the MODUS Super Series on Saturday to see Jim McEwen lift the title. And I can actually tell you that tickets for the entirety of Season 6 are available now via dartshop.tv. And if you buy tickets for Week 2, you'll also be able to watch the ADC Women's Championship Tour finals. Meanwhile, here in Week 1, that man there, Harry Ward, Big H, he got the better of Thibaut Tricol by 4 legs to 1. That was in the first game of the series. He takes on Thomas Banks. He lost out in his first game by the same scoreline to Felix Schertz. In fact, every game has gone 5 legs exactly. What is Game 5 going to bring? Here's Laura and Chris.
It'll 4-1 so far on Monday morning at the Super Series, at the start of a new Super Series. Jim McEwen, the man who mastered MODUS on Saturday night, £20,000 in his pocket. That's what all of the players are now trying to repeat, starting with getting through this group to make it to Saturday and play for the £5,000 weekly winners prize.
Game on.
And Willie Borland has made the perfect start to his campaign. Harry Ward is looking to do the same. Just like Borland, he beat Thibaut Tricol 4-1. I'll be looking to dish out defeat on Thomas Banks, who won the opening leg against Felix Schertz, but then was kind of caught in the crossfire after that. And it looks like that might just be carrying on for the 17-year-old.
57.
Yeah, I think I'm a bit with you from what you said in the match before as well. I'm surprised that Harry possibly didn't come into this as one of the, well, as the favourite over perhaps Willie Borland and Thibaut. But sometimes I think players like it, kind of going under the radar and maybe being underestimated. Just I've seen it in players, it just fires something up in them sometimes.
140.
Yeah, he played relatively recently, didn't he, Harry Ward? He was in Group C in Week 9. It was the finals night that Sebastian Białecki won, that he played in. A really good finals night, actually. They also included Luke Littler and Andy Bolton, such a stellar
57
cast of players.
They require 170.
Wants the big finish here. Not going to get it, yeah, but on that Week 9 finals night, Ward beat Alexander
60.
Merckx in his second group game, having lost to Luke Littler 4-3 in his first. And then was beaten 4-1 by Andy Bolton in the semi-finals.
I do remember that week quite well. It's just absolutely packed. You think just in that finals night, you've also got Jelle Klassen in there. Yeah, it really was a really stacked week.
108.
Banks looking to nick the first leg here. Ward made all the running in it.
60.
But if he is to steal it, he'll have to rely on more missed doubles from Harry. He's already missed one. It's made it more and more difficult for himself.
No
he
score.
can't do what Borland did in the previous match, so a chance for Banks here to rob him.
Game shot on the first leg. Thomas
Banks.
Banks.
A bit close, I think, to that treble. Just took that extra step back at first off. Probably a bit close for comfort, but great adjustment.
Second leg, it's Harry to throw first.
Pinch that first leg.
$80. $100. $84.
Nico Blum against Felix Schertz coming next, the two ADC Europe qualifiers. And Banks will then be back to take on Thibaut Tricol. It's not getting any easier for him today, is it? He's got Tricol and Borland in his next two matches.
Yeah, it's again, it's another difficult group. And Thomas, I've seen him play on some of the youth circuits, and he is a very talented player. But this is a different step, isn't it? It's on the stage. It's in front of the cameras and the lights, and playing, you know, former tour card holders, world championship runner-up in Thibaut Tricol. It's not easy.
66.
Well, he's still in an okay position in this leg against a throw. One treble for him leaves him on a finish first. He's got that.
94.
Chosen to leave 150.
60. Thomas, you require 150.
It's a decent leg of darts from Banks.
58.
But we'll have to
Harry
rely on
require
Ward not cleaning this
111.
up.
Yeah, well, Harry missed 4 darts at the outer ring in that opening leg. Tops is required.
Game shot
Make
the
sure
second
this
leg.
time. And
Harry Ward.
so far, the match has probably taken a bit of a similar turn as to what Thomas's
The leg is
opening match was
Thomas to
against
throw
Felix. He's
first.
won that
Game
opening
on.
leg. Now it's 1 apiece.
57.
Can he make the throw count in this one? No losing player has got more than 1 leg so far.
58.
Harry Ward recently confirmed he will be attending qualifying school. It's an interesting turn for him because he's a
43.
player who won a Pro Tour event very young and then a year or 2 later was deciding to pack it in. Felt he'd lost that love for the game and
60.
went back to the building site, just wanted a break from darts. Might have done him the world of good.
I think, as with any sport, I
81.
think you have to enjoy it. It has to be something that you wake up and you want to do, because it becomes very arduous, very difficult to motivate yourself, and you need to put, especially the way the levels that the top players have got
39.
now. You have to be 100% focused, 100% committed, and I agree with you. I think sometimes players have that breakaway and then realise they actually really miss it and come back
78.
an even better player.
Absence makes the darts grow stronger.
Oh, I like it.
He like this. If he fills it up.
140.
Needed the lot to leave a finish.
$42.
Showing some signs of frustration, Thomas Banks, at times.
58.
Because it's one of the pleasures of watching younger players that they haven't yet learned how to mask their feelings and emotions on the stage. So they're going to tell you
45.
everything from
Harry
body
with
language.
146.
So another one of those. Double 16.
114.
missed by the
Thomas,
narrowest of margins.
155.
Again, this is a big ask here for Thomas Banks, and it's not going to go.
41. Harry required 32. $16.
Well, missing opportunities here.
So
That's
Mr.
now
Rickman,
8 darts missed at
140.
double in this game for Harry Ward. In the previous leg, he took out 111. Does he stay there? He opts for the treble 18 for tops.
79.
I think there were
Harry
a couple of
required
reasons to stay
16.
there. One was the guide, but 2 was the fact that that dart might have been blocking tops, and I think it probably did flick off the flight then.
Game shot on the third leg.
Yeah, I agree.
Harry
and
Ward.
I think just it cost Thomas in that leg. But yeah, that's 9 missed darts at double for Harry
leg, it's
so
Harry
far.
to
We're
throw
only in the
first.
third leg. And
Game on.
when you consider that one of them was, as you say, that check out of 111, needs to tighten up on the doubling section.
100.
Was a break of throw, though, so he's on course to get another comfortable win to go with that 4-1 that started today's action against
40.
T-Boat. Both players have darts that kind
58.
of stand to attention, so need the first dart to be high in that treble 20 bed or above it. That one's actually laid down. It'll end up
100.
at very different angles there for Banks, all reacting to each other. You can see there, even though he's missed the target completely, he still managed to block the treble 20 bed because of the
115.
angle of entry.
Yeah, you get certain players that need. They'll sit.
125.
If the dart sits just above the treble, they'll switch to the 19s, and other players, if it sits just below, they'll also have to switch because, as you say, the angle of entry and Again, you see Harry opting to switch.
Yeah,
81.
Rob Grundy has the opposite, doesn't he? Who played on Champions Week, played on Finals Night. In fact, by a quirk of qualification, we'll be back later this week.
60.
Wonder if he's made the
Harry
long
Rick
trip to
147.
Hartlepool or stayed down for a few days.
Yeah,
131.
that's excellent setup play there from Harry Ward.
It hasn't been exceptional on the outer ring,
100.
but he's buying
Harry
himself
Rick
opportunities,
116.
isn't he? That's a good dart that becomes difficult.
No score.
You're almost trying to clatter
Rick
into them and
76.
ends up going the wrong side. So double 4.
68.
And they're the opportunities I think Thomas
Harry
is going to have to
requires
take because
16.
I just, think this is Harry's to lose. He's creating more opportunities, but he does need to take them.
He keeps throwing a really good first dart, and it makes the next really, really hard.
8.
He's now missed
Thomas, you require 8.
15 darts at double in this game. Double 2 for Banks. Who
No
can't
score.
find that, nor double 1.
Harry, you require 8.
Might be a nice sort of relief to throw at a different target now for Harry. That's the worst first dart he's thrown, but it's in a way the best because it's left the bed
No
open.
score.
But the
Thomas, you require
disastrous
8.
doubling goes on.
Game shot on the 4 flag. Thomas Banks.
Yeah, and back to a level game as Thomas does take the advantage.
5th leg, it's
Yeah,
Thomas
there
to
you
throw
can
first.
see those stats that we're
Game
talking
on.
about. 2 from 20 for Harry Ward, just 10% on doubles. 2 from 7 for Thomas.
58.
If Thomas could actually work out a bit more on the scoring phase, then he can come out of this victorious.
How annoying is it as a darts player when you throw a dart that probably when it
100.
leaves your hand you think is in, and you've thrown it so well it's right on the wire and then it's blocked the bed. You're actually in a worse position than when you started.
Yeah, extraordinarily
44.
frustrating, especially when if when you release it you think it's going. How do you adjust that? You've just got to keep throwing it the same way. When
60.
it feels good and it doesn't actually pan out, that's when it becomes very difficult because you don't know what to adjust. You have to just keep persevering.
88.
And for a player the caliber of Harry, all he's got to be doing in his head is saying, just keep going, keep doing the same things, keep setting up those opportunities and chances, and eventually they will
40.
go. But he's going to run out of time. It's a race to 4.
Perfect first dart for Banks.
131.
In the end, after the second one, he goes and hunts a treble elsewhere and does so successfully. He's in with a good chance here. Harry needs at least another in there to leave a finish or elsewhere in a treble.
97.
Couldn't do what Banks did, so it's advantage Thomas now. And this would be a big win for the 17-year-old if he can manage to
44.
topple Big H.
Thomas, you require 136.
Yeah, a little raise of the eyebrows there from Harry.
56. Harry require 164.
The drop dart. He wants to put it exactly where he put the previous one, but can't manage it. So Banks with an
81.
opportunity now.
Thomas, you
80 is
require
not
80.
a nice finish for him. He really wants this in the treble because wherever he puts this dart, it's going to block some of tops. How much can he see? Has to adjust. Just over half the bed.
60.
And therein lies the problem.
Harry require 83.
Too much in the way. He might now go for 2 tops.
23.
Yeah, mega frustration there again
Thomas,
for Harry.
you require 20.
And that's when it's so important. If you made sure of that 17, you're likely to get a shot at least at ball.
15.
He has got away with it, but
Harry
needs to take
requires
out 60,
60.
I feel.
We've seen 27 darts missed at double in this game between the pair of them. Make that 28 and
50.
29.
Thomas, you require 5.
20 of them by Harry Ward himself. Can Banks make him pay?
Game shot on the 5th leg.
He does.
Thomas
to
Banks.
lead 3-2, and he's now 1 away from a maiden MODUS Super Series victory.
6th leg, it's Harry to throw first. Game on.
It'll be interesting to see how Harry kind of responds to that, because he had opportunities to win every single leg.
78.
He could have been 4-0 up and job done, and he would have been off the stage. But Thomas has persevered. He's always been just behind. When he's had the opportunities, he
43.
has just been better on the outer ring. Now the pressure's all on Harry.
Yeah, it's all those missed doubles for Ward, isn't it? It's bizarre that he took out that 111 in this match,
95.
but that missed 20 darts at double.
125. 59.
Ward started off very strong. Then that second leg,
43.
he lost the opener. But then that second leg, he took out that massive check out, and he's just been the better scorer, I think, throughout the majority. But now he seems to be struggling with that side of the game as well.
59.
Oh, this is nice.
140.
Well timed that from Banks to put pressure on Ward's throat.
$100. Thomas, you've required 150. 58. Harry required 110.
Well, he took out 111 earlier on. Double 18 for 110, but it's another missed dart at double.
92.
Double 16.
60.
Yeah,
Harry
just pulls it a
required
bit low. He's got a
36.
tendency to do that, and Harry here with the opportunity to make it a level game once again.
When will this trend end?
18.
Well, this is
Thomas, you required 32.
unbelievable. 24 missed darts at double by Harry Ward, and many of them right on the wire. Now he hits one, but not the one he wanted. Then he doesn't get the single that he wanted, but it does leave him an out. Double 2.
28. Harry require 18.
Yeah, and once again, an opportunity here for Harry, but he's got to start taking these doubles. And
Game
this
shot on
time
the
he does.
sixth
And
leg.
we're at
Harry
3 apiece
Ward.
and down to a one-leg decider.
Yeah, I'm not sure we've seen a player miss this amount of doubles for a
7th
while,
and
but
final against Thomas to
what's-
throw first. Game on.
as I've said, has been odd is that many of them have been pretty close. It's not like there's been any real sign of
100.
pulling the dart or anything like that. Just one of those things. And he might yet get away with it and win the match.
Wait, it's very fine margins. I say there's been some
125.
well-thrown darts that have made it very awkward for Harry to then find a way through. But he's stuck with it, he's persevered, and like you say,
58.
just all down to this one leg.
Only the 180 in the match so far.
180.
It's like you sensed something was coming, Chris.
Ward doubles that tally
57.
and does look like to win the match. I mean, if you could win a best-of-7 match missing 24 or maybe even more darts at double, then you'll take it.
24.
Yes, 24.
But we have seen Harry be in
58.
this position before already in this match, and so if he can just nail the business end of the match, he'll be fine. He's got a good lead.
And you just saw there a little bit of dejection from young Thomas Banks.
60.
Head shake as he walked back. He knows that this has been an opportunity. What he needs to remember is the opportunity might still be there.
125. Harry require 112.
Yeah, well, that will go a long way to helping. But 112 here for Harry.
Would be a stunning way to end the game if this goes in first start.
96. Thomas, your record 103.
Well, he couldn't add it to the 111 from earlier. It's 25 darts missed at double now for Ward. Oh, and Thomas Banks has missed a big number. And again, inexperience there. Maybe in that spot going for the 3, knowing that if you miss either side, you still get a go at a double. And Harry Ward instead gets 3 for the match. It's that double 8 again where all the problems started. Can he put it right and exercise those darting demons? No, he cannot.
Thomas, your record 16.
Yeah, unbelievable, and opportunity that perhaps Thomas didn't expect to get, but that's also awkward.
Same thing happening to him. There's some kind of force field around this double 8. He's having to move left and then right. But in the end, Thomas Banks gets it right. And Harry Ward is left to rue 28 missed darts at double in that game. Banks himself missed 15. Average busters when you miss that amount of darts at double. It doesn't really tell the full story. The scoring was pretty fine in the game. But in the end, the important thing is a first win for Thomas Banks. 4-3 over Harry Ward. And he will get his first point of the day. Nico Bloom and Felix Schertz coming next.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw Thomas Banks get the better of Harry Ward in a last leg decider by 4 legs to 3. Our final match of the second round sees Nico Bloom in action up against Felix Schertz, and watching this one in the commentary box, Laura Turner and Chris Murphy.
Yeah, and it's Schertz against a shirt. Nico Bloom, Flower Power, looking to get his first victory, having been beaten by Borland 4-1. Scherzo did get a maiden win, a 4-1 success for him against Thomas Banks, who has since added points to his own tally. So only now Bloom and Thibaut Tricot yet to get off the mark, and both could do that in the next couple of matches. First chance for you, Laura, to take a look at these two players, but I can tell you that both
Nico
of them
to throw first.
did put in decent enough performances in their opening matches. Yes, Bloom lost it 4-1, but he won the opening leg of that game and averaged around 84 in the end. Borland was just on top form in that one, and I think we will see Flower Power blossom this week.
93.
We are a very highly competitive group, and I really like the fact that what we're seeing now as well is new names, obviously both debuting here, but it's coming through the ADC Europe.
180.
Systems just producing, they're producing weekly winners.
Yeah, absolutely. The ADC Europe system as well as now
100.
put on qualifying events, and we're seeing the players that have come through those qualifiers. So they've won tournaments to get here.
97.
Interesting player to have here is Bloom, who, as we mentioned at the top of the show, won the World Masters Youth when he was 16 years of age, really burst onto the scene, but has not really played any competitive darts since 2020 before attempting these ADC events, and
60.
was talking before he threw a dart today about how excited he was to be playing darts on a stage again. Hasn't experienced that for half a decade.
100. Nico, you're
I
right.
think that's
104.
something we've heard, especially in ADC Europe more, that we've heard players going along who perhaps haven't picked up a dart for a while or haven't played at this level
56.
competitively, and it's just a new avenue into getting some more, very, very valuable stage experience.
Well, he's treble 19 needed here, but it's difficult to get past it, and it proves to be the case. You've got to adjust everything when you
56.
move, haven't you? You've got to adjust
the 48.
the weight of the dart, the way it's thrown. Well, that's okay. Can go over the top,
Game shot on
and
the
that's what he
first leg.
does.
Nico
1-0
Bloom. Second against Felix to throw first. Game on.
So, like the first match, he wins the first leg.
100.
Yeah, a very solid holder throw. 1-for-1 on finishing, which is a bit of a polar opposite to what we saw in the match before against Thomas Banks and Harry Ward.
100.
And that's a lovely dart for him to try and work off. He'll be disappointed only to come out with that visit with a ton. Same counts here for his opponent.
140.
Who almost did maximise the opportunity. They might be closing in on a break of throw here.
100.
Yeah, and I guess despite being out, he is a former winner. He's a champion. He knows
41.
what it takes to win games. But I think then when you couple it, a bit like what we were saying with Harry as well, when you've had that bit of a break and you get that want and that desire to come back, it can be just also beneficial for the player.
134.
Looking to put pressure on here from 220.
100. Felix requires 67.
Not sure how much pressure that will apply. But he's only getting one dart here, Shirts. At tops.
27. Nico, you require 120.
Yeah, just need to lift it over, needs a treble. Gets a treble, so tops.
100. Felix, you require 40.
I couldn't quite get the break. Oh, two glorious markers. That second one has just dipped down a little bit.
No score.
Oh, that's unbelievable.
Wow.
Nico,
Yeah,
you
I don't
require
even
20.
think Shirts could believe it himself, but break opportunity
Game
and
shot
the
on the
break
second
taken.
leg.
2-0
Nico
to Bloom.
Bloom.
It looks like that's going to be the story of the day today, doesn't it? Doubles that are missed right on the wire.
Delegates Nico to throw first. Game on.
Schertz has had 3 of those in that visit. You could not have put the thinnest piece of
60.
paper between the darts and the wire there.
Yeah, very, very unlucky. And sometimes when you throw that close, you think it's going to be a bit of a
60.
disadvantage. It can make things awkward, but he just got them all right all in a row. I don't think you could have put them in better. But unfortunately, just the wrong side of the
49.
wire.
Well, they are all in
180.
underneath the wire. That's what he wanted to happen on the tops.
81. $100.
Backs up the 180 with a ton. Gives him a strong advantage again because he's going to need to find breaks to throw in this match now if he's going to win.
100. Felix, you require 161. $45. $100. Felix, you require
Tried to get the 25
116.
ball, but pulled it into 20. So 111 left for Nico, but Schertz here 116 and pulls it into the one.
40. Nico, you require 111.
Saw this finish from Harry Ward in the previous match.
79. Felix, you require 76.
76 then for Felix to get himself into this game. 88. Nobody can seem to find that particular target.
32.
No, it really has caused some issues so far, but
shot
that
with
doesn't
third
cause
there.
any issues for Nico
Nico
there, and
Blue.
he's 3-0 up. Schertz just a bit unlucky on those doubles. 0 from 6. 3 very,
Look, it's Felix
very
to throw
well thrown
first.
darts in the leg
Game.
before. But hasn't been able to convert anything and finds himself 3-0 down.
The young German.
140.
Best possible advantage here against a Swiss slinger.
100.
And it will leave Thibaut Tricol as the only player in the group without points, but he plays Thomas Banks next, looking to
96.
change that. Only Willie Borland will have won both of his games if Bloom does get over the line here.
40.
And I would say despite the actual outcomes, I think Thibaut has been playing stronger than what Thomas has shown today, even though Thomas did get that win.
96.
A 4-3 victory over Harry. Could be one of those groups again where points are just spread out all over the place and becomes very difficult to predict by day 3.
98. $59. $136. Felix, you require 110.
Another solid visit there from Nico, but Felix with the first opportunity.
Double top then. Shouting at it, will it work? No.
70.
Didn't like being told
You
what to
require
do.
127.
Treble 19. Would have left him a shot at ball, so just
99.
Have to hope that Felix
you
misses.
require 40.
Yeah, ask nicely this time, Felix. There you go, a nice little smile before. It's bound to accept it. Of
Game
course
shot
it
the
does.
fullback. Felix
Manners
Schertz.
cost nothing, and he gets the rewards. It's only a leg, but it could be a way back into this match.
We've let it Nico to throw first. Game on. $57.
Yeah, that's quite inviting. Felix trying to search out a treble and can't.
58.
Yeah, when you're 3-1 down, you want to see that first one, the treble. And Nico will be delighted with that.
140. 100.
Yeah, it's been a really good doubling display from himself, actually. We saw the frailties from both players in the previous match. In this one, Schertz is only 1 out of 8. But Nico
60.
Bloom running at 60% right now.
$100.
Yeah, still fighting, but he's going to have to. I think he's going to need Bloom to miss something, and just let him, to give him an opportunity. He's always just that one throw
100.
behind in this leg.
The shoulder tapping continues from Schertz.
140. Nico, you reckon 144.
Half an argument to go for the ball with his last dart then. It's not often a player would do that to leave 98, but it's a 2-darter rather than a
48.
3-dart finish.
You require 103.
Particularly when you've been needing multiple darts at double. You'll only get one. And it's at double 18. Oh,
Game's on the
great
fifth leg.
finish from Felix Schertz.
Schertz.
And Nico Bloom is not out of the woods yet.
6th leg, it's Felix to throw first.
Yeah, and could that be crucial, because now Felix has the darts to try and make this a level match. And it's one of those feelings when you are a player, then you've been sat there, you've been 3-0 up,
100.
and someone's coming back leg on leg. You don't panic. You try not to panic. But sometimes you can't help it, because you've got this comfy lead, and then you see it just disappearing.
121. 100.
Just seems to have got into his stride, doesn't he, Schertz, as well in this game. So Bloom would do well not to panic.
100.
Yeah, I'd agree. It's definitely been a game of two halves for Felix, and finding some good stuff at the right time.
134.
Yeah, great switch, and leaves himself on a big finish, but a finish nonetheless.
$121. Felix, you require 167.
Dart in the one made it impossible for him to leave a finish there.
60.
So it's looking like we might be going the distance. However, only 60 just opens the door again for Bloom. You've just seen his opponent take out 103. We'll be hoping he does not take out 107.
Felix, you require 107.
Yeah, needs a bit more magic here, Felix. 88, so he's opted for treble 16, yeah, and that's quite a big 16.
Yeah, a long way off the target.
Nico, you require
so
60.
Match darts incoming. And that's probably a happy accident, because he's left himself clear beds, clear targets.
Game shot
and he
the
clears
match.
Felix Schertz
Nico
in the
Bloom.
end. It was a good, bold bid to come back. But Nico Bloom wins it 4-2 and picks up his first points on his MODUS Super Series debut. And he's very, very happy about it. There we go. Why wouldn't he be? 4 out of 7 on the doubles, an average just shy of 90. And a win for Nico Bloom that gets the big thumbs up. Coming next, the only player without points in the group, Thibaut Tricol, takes on Thomas Banks.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we are 2 rounds down for our opening day action here on the first day of Series 6. It's great to have Laura Turner here on the balcony to talk our way through what we have seen so far. And Laura, what we have seen so far is, well, we wondered what was going to happen after Champions Week. In the first few games, well, everything just came out the tracks flying.
Yeah, no, it's been really, really impressive so far. And, you know, with the field that you've got playing in Group A, I'm not surprised. But sometimes it can take them a while to warm up. But no, like you say, I think most of them have hit the ground running.
Well, this is what we've seen so far this morning. These results from the 6 games. The first round was all won with throw by 4 legs to 1. Willie Borland broke that streak in game 4. And then Thomas Banks and Nico Bloom winning on throw in games 5 and 6. So let's talk about Willie Borland, because he is the man with the perfect start so far today. 154 in there. And we had expectation on his shoulders that maybe this time's the time he really makes a kick at the Super Series. And there's evidence of that early on here.
Yeah, and he's just one of those explosive players. He's got those type of shots in him. He's always exciting to watch. But what was interesting, he has started to pause slightly and actually kind of take stock and aim, because he's very, very fast. But it's working really well, and it's not surprising.
In terms of the pause, is it for some players better than others? So for some players, maybe the step back they can take too long, they maybe overthink it, but for some players, because they're that quick, they just need that second to just realign.
Yeah, I think Willie's obviously a very rhythmical player, so it's the rhythm and the speed that he takes. But it was just interesting, like I say, on a couple of occasions where he has gone bang, 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 he's missed a big number, whereas then he's taken that little step back and he's stopped, then he has produced some amazing things.
Elsewhere, as far as Harry Ward is concerned, a bit of a compare and contrast, that'd be fair to say, from game 1 to game 2?
Yeah, and I've got a feel for Harry, because that last match against Thomas Banks, he was so unlucky in terms of where he was placing those darts for doubles, but unfortunately just became like one of those problems that just became bigger and bigger as the match went on, because you could see the frustration. Like I say, wasn't far away from doubles, but if they're not in, they're not in.
Can you always try too hard in that scenario?
Yeah, and it, like I said, becomes a real frustration for a player, because he was scoring very well. He had opportunities to win every single leg within the match and ends up losing 4-3. And it just becomes a thing. Hopefully, he's obviously had a little bit of a break. You know, he can take a little bit of stock, because we know what he can do, and he showed that early on today. But kind of one of those ones to kind of draw a line under and then just go back to it.
Well, let's have a look and see what the table is saying after 2 rounds of fixtures. Willie Borland leads the way, and the only player not to pick up a victory, we're going to see him in a couple of moments' time, is Thibaut Tricol. And this has kind of become a bit of a pattern here at the Super Series, where he travels over on the Sunday and is quite slow to start on the Monday. And if he wants any hopes of getting through Group A, he's going to have to rest that quite quickly.
Yeah, indeed, because I came in as a favourite, and that's not a surprise. And like you say, he has got a tendency to be a bit of a slow starter, but you can't do that every single time, because at some point you're going to get caught out, and at the moment he's pointless.
Indeed he is. He's up against Thomas Banks. It's our 7th game of the morning session. Laura's going to make her way down to the commentary box to describe all the action with Chris Murphy.
Yeah, the action continues. It's Banks looking to double his points tally in this group. And then Thibaut Tricol, the opponent, trying to get off the mark. Who would have thought that before the darts were thrown today? Tricol was favourite in this group. He was selected by the odds compilers as the joint favourite, not just to
First leg,
win
it's
this group, but
Thibaut
to
to
win
throw
the entire
first.
week alongside
Game
William
on.
Borland. It's been a weak start for the Frenchman. A 4-1 defeat at the hands of Borland
43.
and Harry Ward. The good news for him, I suppose, is that he's played the 2 other main contenders in this group in his opening match.
59.
And would expect, on paper, to win his last 3 matches. But
60.
sometimes the previous results can affect the ones that follow. So the pressure of being pointless may be a
55.
determining factor in what happens the rest of the day for Tricol.
$140.
It's a strange one, isn't it? We all know what he can do, but I never know if it's just a thing that some people
43.
just take that little bit longer to adjust and get used to playing back on the stage. But you'd think Thibaut's done it a few times now, and he's, let's say, a runner-up in a World Championship final at
45.
Lakeside. It's only so many times you can kind of start off slowly without it then making a bit of a negative impact
60.
on your campaign.
Yeah, played in the previous series, week 6. The Frenchman. And
121.
in Group A, he actually ended up joint top of the table, a 3-way tie with Berry Van Peer and
59.
Adam Hunt. It was
So we
Van
require
Peer who
92.
went on to win that group. Rob Grundy went on to win the week as Treacle, after the
74.
second double 18 there, couldn't find it. But yeah, in that group, he then tied 3rd in Group B, but missed out at the hands of Chaz Barstow. Just going to show that,
21.
all those points he got in Group A got into
Thibaut
Group B. It's
require
no
18.
guarantee of getting through.
Game shot in the first leg.
Yeah, but that's a
Thibaut
long way
Treacle.
to helping Thibaut's campaign. Yeah, I always find the Group B scenario
Second, it's
really
Thomas
interesting
to throw
because
first.
you look at them,
Game
and
on.
normally you could make an argument for all 5 to be going through to finals night. But if there's 2 of those players that are just, there's no space for them.
Yeah, it's just the best group to commentate on because you often don't know one or 2 of the players till the very last match. What a start, though, for Treacle, who missed out in that group last time and will be trying to avoid that group this time by winning this group.
100.
He's made the perfect start to this match and then the perfect start to this leg. Always think back to that one group where we had a situation where
100.
in the last match, one of the players would finish top of the group if they won it or bottom of the group if they lost it.
And that's what, so, I
42.
mean, it must be quite difficult for the players to be in those kind of scenarios, but from, for someone that has to talk about it or from just watching it, I find it very exciting.
140.
Thibaut Tricot's getting very exciting. He's on course here to produce one of the best, if not the best, performances of Monday so far.
80.
Really good leg of
We
darts.
require 81. Game shot
And
in the
it's
second leg.
completed
Thibaut
in just
Tricot.
11 throws there for Tricot. That takes his
Well, it's Thibaut
average
to throw first.
into
Game on.
3 figures.
Yeah, and again, just a little look of resignation perhaps on Thomas
99.
Banks's face.
$99.
And Banks is a England youth player. Played this year, played the year before. Obviously,
100.
he's quite a successful one as well. Winning pairs, titles, team titles.
Yeah, played in that JDC Super 6 final
100.
last year. Luke Littler, who was a winner in that, has actually got to that final again. Played in the finals on Saturday before coming down here to Portsmouth to present the
92.
trophy to a man 40 years older than him.
He really is a sensational talent.
92.
He had to go at the Bullseye Challenge as well. He didn't manage to break the record. That stands at 22 by Cam Crabtree. You can watch all of those
41.
Bullseye Challenge attempts on our MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, and at the bottom of the score graphic there you can see where to follow us on other social media
58.
platforms. Why not have a go yourself as well? Send in your attempts. Use the hashtag Bullseye Challenge. See if you can beat 22. It's 2 points for a bull and 1 for a 25, and we'll get Laura Turner doing it by the end of the week, no doubt.
30.
What's the lowest?
152.
Well, double 16 is a target here.
Game shot in the third leg.
Fantastic
Thomas
finish from
Banks.
Banks, showing us all what he can do. And Thibaut Tricot shows him some respect there, gives him the French touch.
Fourth leg, it's Thomas to throw
2-1
first.
to Tricot after that
Game
stunning
on.
check out from Banks. But I'll admit, Laura, I had to go myself at the Bullseye Challenge just in a practice room board, and I scored 1 point.
But not filmed. It's not
45.
gonna fit.
Yeah, there's no proof I even scored that.
81.
I'm liking this. This is a good passage of play here from Thomas Banks. And you just don't know until you get that initial win
140.
under your belt. And obviously, Thomas beat Harry 4-3 in his previous match. Can just ignite that fire within you. And
134.
as I say, this is very good stuff from Thomas Banks, who's trying to make it 2 apiece.
55. Thomas, you require 146. 57.
Well, he's certainly found something here, Banks, hasn't he? Tricol was taking care of him totally, but suddenly the 152
100. Thomas, you require
has
89.
sparked a real surge from Thomas Banks. Does he go for the bull?
49.
No, he's gone for left top instead.
Like a happy accident. Yeah, and I think that just shows a
40.
bit of respect there from Thomas
Thomas,
as
you
well.
require 40.
So that's a massive check out. Tebow's more than capable. Now Banks needs double 10 and
Game's on
pins,
the
double 10 and
fourth
with 2
leg.
apiece.
Thomas Banks. Fifth leg, it's Tebow to throw first. $99. $58.
This has been an improved performance from both players, really, but
180.
second 180 of the match.
$100.
I was just going to ask you if there was cause for concern for Tebow having been in such a strong position, but I think he answered the question with a 180.
140.
Yeah, and good follow up there with a 140. Yeah, it's just how you respond.
41.
To say that
So we
152
require
from Banks
82.
was sublime, and he backed himself in the next leg, but now you can see Tebow fighting back.
Treble 19 would leave him double 8, which nobody can hit today.
66.
Including Tebow.
Who wants the job of going back through the videotape and counting
56.
all the darts
So
missed
we
at
require
double 8?
16. Game's on the
Well, that
fifth
means we
leg.
don't have to do that
Tebow
now because it
trigger.
finally has been hit.
Sixth leg, it's Thomas to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, and some real concentration on the face of Tebow Tricol.
84.
Shearts and Borland coming up after this, and then to complete the third round of fixtures, Harry Ward taking on Nico Bloom.
81. $84. $98.
Yeah, just keeps in touch and distance there, Tebow. That's a good
150.
switch from Thomas Banks. Get the feeling this one's going to go all the way, Murph?
It's looking that way, isn't it? And it's credit to Banks because he was really struggling
100.
for the first couple of legs in this game. That 152 seemed to change everything for him.
Yeah, I thought he looked dejected after that being
58.
2-0 down and just managed to rally. Sometimes that's hard when you're in a match and you're not feeling 100% or you're just not playing at your absolute best.
85. Thomas, you require 160.
Can he add another showstopper here? Another in there. Would have left him on tops, but he just pulled the dart, although corrects very, very well.
137.
To leave himself on 38. Whether he gets a go or not is decided by that dart
97.
from
Thomas,
Tricol.
require
May have
38.
to hit this, though.
He opts to split, so double 16. Double 8.
No score.
Yeah, and just pulls it into
Tebow
double
require
16.
40.
So tops for Tricol to pick up his first points of the
Game
day.
shot and the
And the
match.
Frenchman finds it
Thibaut
a 4-2
Tricot.
success. A great game. 1-5-2 checkout from Thomas Banks from 2-0 behind to 2-2. But then 2 more legs won by Thibaut to get his first 2 points in this group. The finishing was much better in that game. 4 out of 6 for Tricot there, who averaged almost 93 in that one, and he's looking good now to make a charge up the table. But the man at the top of the table is coming next, Willie Borland, who takes on Felix Schertz.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. So that man, Willie Borland, is the only man with a 100% record left in this Group A competition. Before the break, we saw the jazz-loving Frenchman Thibaut Tricot finally sing his tungsten tune by getting his first victory of the week, getting the better of Thomas Banks by 4 legs to 2 of an average of 92.5. But let's head back to the battle between Scotland and Switzerland now. And watching this one in the commentary box is Laura Turner and Chris Murphy.
Yeah, thank you very much, Henry. And yeah, as you say there, Thibaut just picking up his points. So now every player has picked up points so far today. And table is propped up by this man here, Willie Borland. He's topping on 2 wins out of 2 and looking to make a perfect start by beating this man here, Felix Schertz. Felix opened up his campaign. He's debuting here, one of the ADC Europe qualifiers, and
Game on.
opened up with a 4-1 win over Thomas Banks. Just fell a bit short when he played Nico Bloom,
78.
losing 4-2.
$96.
But I've liked what I've seen so far from Felix. Very
100.
measured. I imagine making your debut on this stage, it's quite a nerve-wracking experience, and I think as the day goes on, perhaps we'll settle into it
140.
a bit more. But Willie Borland, as we would expect, explosive as ever.
80. $95.
Yeah, sensible there. Leaves himself on 170.
96. Felix, you require 170.
Not going to take it out, so Borland on 147.
42. Will he
Two
require
4-1 victories so
147?
far. Very dominant showing. Double 18 will complete the combo. Not quite, but
129.
with shirts on
Felix, you
128,
require
Borland will expect to
128.
return.
And that's what we see from Willie Borland, and he just has that explosive ability.
88. Will he require 18?
That's a good word to describe him. Explosive. Especially this week.
14. Felix, you require 40.
Well, that was a bit of a misfire on that occasion. So, tops for shirts.
Game shot on the first
Nicely
leg.
done.
Felix Shirts.
Yeah, Shirts, they're probably getting an
Second against
opportunity to
Felix to throw
expect to get, but
first.
took it.
Game
And that's a breaker thrown.
on. 100. $100. 58.
I was saying before, I've been quite impressed with what I've seen from Felix so far. He looks quite measured. Obviously, he's debuting
60.
here, so there must be some nerves. So I'm thinking perhaps as the day goes on and as the days go on, perhaps we haven't seen the best of him quite yet.
Yeah, I was looking through his sort of stats and
140.
previous results before this game,
60.
and has had several European qualifier attempts and never made it through.
99.
And I must admit, judging on the stats that I've seen, I'm actually quite
58.
surprised at the standard he's produced so far.
Felix, you require 104. $48.
You couldn't find a treble there, but very good position once again for Felix Shirts.
97.
56 required to go 2-0 up
Felix,
on
you
Willie
require
Borland, who has
56.
before is topping the table so far. Borland 2 wins from 2.
So 2 10s. This would really be a
Game shot on the
surprise
second leg.
if
Felix
Shirts were to turn over
Shirts.
Borland here. He's not
So look, it's Willie to throw first.
expecting this. And when you look back at that 147 attempt in the first leg, it looked like it was going to be another Borland blitz. But
100.
Shirts has really put him to the sword in this game.
55.
Yeah, he's just kind of quietly going about his
99.
business, and he's, I don't know, like I say, what I've seen so far, he's got a nice solid throw, perhaps rising to the occasion.
121.
May start on the 18s.
138.
And that's why a couple of treble 20s afterwards leaves a finish, whereas 140 from that position wouldn't have.
180
does from that position.
164. 89. Felix, you require 145.
Yeah, good last start there from Willie Borland, but outside chance here, 145.
Well, Felix has had an answer for every question Borland has asked so far. We'll have to rely
95. Well, he requires
on
75.
another missed dart at double, at least one more. In fact, two more. He's missed 4 so far, 5 now, and
69.
6. As he misses double
Felix,
6
you
and
require
gives
50.
Shirts a chance to lead 3-0.
So opts for the 10 tops route. And double 10.
40. Well, he
Yeah,
requires 6.
Couldn't quite make the most of that opportunity. This is not easy.
No
Oh,
score.
no. Now it's
Felix, you
impossible.
require 10.
He scored 3 and then another 3, but he wanted 6. Ending on a double, not a treble. Edging towards a third straight leg.
5.
Fails to take the
Well,
chance.
he
I wonder if there might be a
6.
change of tact here or not. Could be 2-2-2.
2.
You can see why he decided to
Felix,
do
you
that
require
after that
5.
horrible experience on the previous visit.
Yeah, I don't think there's many players. Perhaps Glenn Durrett might be one, but actually like double 3.
He looks so confused, doesn't he? What's happening? He was winning everything earlier.
3. Well, he requires
Might be
4.
getting away with it though, because Shearts himself has now missed 8 darts at double. That's the 10th, 11th, and probably 12th about to go begging here for Borland.
No score.
Put it on the wire.
Felix,
He
you
can't
require
believe it's
2.
not in. And Shearts in the madhouse can put an end to the madness.
Game's on the
And
third
does.
leg. Felix Shearts.
And it's also a bit reminiscent of that match we saw earlier between
Well,
Thomas
it's
Banks and
Felix
Harry
to
Ward.
throw
Harry Ward
first.
kicked off his campaign very
Game on.
strongly with the win over Thibaut Tricot and lost 4-3 to Thomas Banks, but had was it? We got to 24. Did you carry on
I
counting?
think we got to 28 in the
100.
end,
Yeah.
yeah. Willie Borland's got some way to go yet. But a dozen missed for Borland.
100.
And he can't quite understand why, because in his first couple of games, 4-1 win against Nico Bloom, he was 4 out of 6. And a 4-1 win against Thibaut Tricot.
60.
He was still at around 30% in that one as well.
59.
He's actually had enough darts at double to have won this game 3 times.
81.
When you talk about darts, it's such a simple premise.
140.
You have to score 501 points and finish on one of those bits around the edge or the ball. But actually doing it, that's where it becomes very difficult.
Well, it's such small margins as well, isn't it? The misses today at doubles have been so
100.
close. But what a result this could turn out to be for
100.
Felix Shearts.
Felix, you require 160.
You can't do anything about your opponent's misses or hits. You just have to take your opportunities.
Yeah, can't do it on this occasion, but I want to put a bit of pressure on this 102 for Borland.
40. Well, you require 102.
He opted for balls with 17 leaves
62.
tops, but again, Felix back for a
Felix, you require
match-winning finish.
120.
And Felix made quite a strong start in this
29.
match. Obviously,
Will he
he's
require
still 3-0
40?
up, but I think, especially towards the tail end, it's been more about Willie Borland missing.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Willie Borland.
Well, there was a reaction. And do you know what? That's a
Fifth leg, it's
really
Willie
good...
to throw first. Game on.
Really good dart for Willie Borland, because you could see he was reacting to the missed doubles, wasn't he? And sometimes when you do that, that just makes you miss more.
140.
Yeah, he's just another one of those players. I think he finds it very hard to keep his emotions in check. You can normally work out what's going on in his head.
140.
But yes, it's relief.
99.
Good response again there from Felix. That's what he's done throughout this match. Willie hits a 140. He follows in kind.
100.
Ball throwing first, but only 1 point between them before these darts, and the
56.
trebleless turn just opens the door for Shirts.
Yeah, an invitation accepted. Great leg of darts here. Down to 121 after just 9. 140, 100, 140.
100. Felix, you require 121.
For the match, and for a very impressive win against a man who's not been beaten so far. Treble 17. Missing it gives Borland the opportunities to stay in the match.
Yeah, and he was looking for treble 18, but
Felix, you require 64.
Back again for 64.
Treble 16 or treble 8. And now single 16 or single 8. And now double top to seal a win against Willie Borland. Can't quite
56.
manage it. Match dart missed. Well, Borland though missing the big number.
24.
And therefore only getting one dart
Felix,
at double.
require 20.
So once again for the match.
Game shot.
Yeah, and
the
this
match.
time Felix does
Felix
make sure
Shears.
4-1 winner there over Willie Borland. Willie Borland was looking for that perfect day, but couldn't muster a win there against Felix Shirts, and perhaps one that most people will find surprising, but it was definitely a case of missed doubles for Willie Borland, and Shirts just took those opportunities. As you can see, the checkout percentages there. Willie Borland just 6% on doubles, 1 from 16, and it was 4 from 15 for Felix Shirts. Averages around the mid-70s, but it's the win for Felix that counts. And coming up next to join us when Harry Ward faces Nico Blum.
Hello and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, Willie Borland was beaten for the first time in the group, losing to Felix Schertz by 4-1. That is our middle match of the day. We're about to see our final match in round 3. We're going to see Harry Ward in action up against Nico Blum. This is how the table looks at this particular point in play. As you can see, Felix and Willie are both on 4 points. Everybody else occupying themselves down on 2 points in the table. We're about to get our next game underway between Harry Ward and Nico Blum, but the call of nature has become apparent for one of our players. So we wait that one to get underway. We can head downstairs and have a quick chat with Chris and Laura, who are downstairs, just to talk about what we've seen so far. And it's fair to say, guys, that Willie Borland's come out of the traps flying, however, has just been grounded to a halt a little bit just there.
Yeah, too much information there, Henry. Thanks for that. But yeah, Willie Borland has had a really good start today. But yeah, you were really impressed with Felix in that previous match.
Yeah, I was. Obviously, it's not someone that I've really seen before or heard much about. And I just think when you're debuting here, it can be quite a daunting prospect. But he seems to be growing as the day's going on. And yeah, I was quite impressed because that was no easy win.
Yeah, it really was. So next game coming up, Harry Ward against Nico Blum. Henry, you going to set it up for us?
Yeah, why not? I might as well. We'll go back to you guys. Anyway, Nico Blum up against Harry Ward. It's our 9th game of the day. Well, you've seen them. Now you're going to hear them. Laura and Chris.
And we're going to see that shirt again. What a fine garment that is, Laura. And Big H just with the Big H on the back of his shirt. But Nico Blum, flower power, going down that theme. And he is a player who has got a little bit of sort of landmark history himself. We were just digging a little bit deeper into the roots of flower power there and discovered that he's actually played on the European Tour before. Not only that, when he did it back in 2017, he became the first player born in the 21st century to win a match on the European Tour. Did it at just 16 years of age.
76.
European Darts Trophy in 2017, and when he played in that in Göttingen,
60.
Well, the one I'm looking at, he lost to Vincent van der Voort, but
60.
The one that he won, I will pick up in a moment. Hang on. Actually played in a handful of events. There we go. The German Darts Open. That one was in Saarbrücken.
96.
And he managed to beat Josh Payne, who, of course, played here at the Super Series before getting his tour card back.
100.
And I guess when you talk about people who've won tournaments, like you say, broke through at 16 years old, you tend to forget this is still really early
85.
on in Nico Blum's career. It's interesting. Did the same as a bit of research as well, and he's quite keen to get on the PDC German Super League. He really now just wants to make a few inroads, and I think from where he was, say back in 2017 as a 16-year-old, I think German darts especially has had a real
60.
kind of revolution. Obviously had Max Hopp, but now we've got so many more players. Clemens, Schindler. I just think it's definitely changed the dynamic, and maybe it's driven people to want to pick up their darts again.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just looking at that year for him, he was only 16 years of age and he qualified for 4 European Tour events that year. That's remarkable for
125.
A player of his age.
Great
attempt from Ward.
Nico, you require
Blum will
100.
get the chance to take out a ton.
Tops.
60. Harry required 40.
So Harry did have some doubling disaster in his previous match.
Game shot in the first leg.
Looking good so far,
Harry
and that's
Ward.
the opening leg.
Second leg,
Sometimes
Nico
when you've
to
had
throw
those
first.
issues
Game on.
where you've missed so many darts at a double, the break is very important. So I imagine Harry would have been in that back room, hitting the practice board, and just practicing on the doubles, just to get that bit of confidence back. But nothing will build up the confidence for Harry Ward than just hitting that on the second attempt.
Yeah, well, he had that defeat to Banks, didn't he? But since then, Borland's been beaten by Shirt, so
45.
Ward could actually end this match top of the table. Did feel that with the players we had in this group, we had 3 tried and tested players and then 3 rather more unknown quantities. Just felt that at least one of them may emerge. I'm actually seeing potential in all 3 of them, so this could be a really close run thing come the end of Wednesday.
Well, yeah, things are starting to take shape. As you say, it's very early on, and you know how easily it can all change around. And ironically, sat in bottom position at the moment is Tilo Chacol, who came into this as one of the favourites.
Yeah, only just picked up his first 2 points, that victory over Thomas Banks, who will be in action next against Borland.
95.
The last time that we saw Bloom
58.
playing anything ranked was the development tour in 2020. Actually, almost poetically lost 4-0 to Keane Barry, the same player that he'd beaten 3 years earlier to win the World Masters Boys event.
41.
I've quite enjoyed seeing the likes of players like Keane Barry, as you mentioned, Nathan Rafferty, people that have come through that JDC system and then on the development tour, and now we've got the tour cards. And I just think it's so many wonderful opportunities now for players to actually really progress and do well in the sport.
140, Harry, 156.
Well, we've now got the world champion and the World Grand Prix champion that were both players who came through the development tour system.
36.
Really bearing fruit.
Game shot in the second
As is Nico Bloom with that dart at double 18 to level up this match. Oh, has he been drinking his water?
So look, it's Harry to throw
Short
first.
of 3 bears and some porridge on that stage.
$81.
Yeah, some kind of Watergate issue on the stage.
100.
Yeah, the darts players do find things, don't they, at times? I remember an occasion of which player was it? Darren Webster, who spilt some
58.
water. Yeah, the water ended up out of the glass on the stage, and the other player accused him. Was it William O'Connor?
I think it was.
Of wetting his darts.
100.
Darren Webster then said in his interview post-match, if I wanted to throw water, I'd throw it over his head.
I've got a funny feeling, wasn't the glass upside down when Darren tried to pour the water in?
140.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, you're right. The glasses were upside down on the table, and Darren didn't realise that, you have to pour the water into the open part of the glass.
Yeah, I remember that very well. I think it was at the Grand Slam.
Well, Bloom has filled up his bucket there with a marvellous maximum.
Nico, you require 121.
And he's got a chance to break here.
Feeling subsequently off the back of that, is that when we had individual tables introduced for players? It just redesigned everything.
Can't go
97. Nico,
top route to win the leg. So Bloom break in prospect, double 6.
Game shot in the third leg.
And he does get ahead. Well, there's always a reason for everything, isn't there? You see the exclusion zone, for example, our nice new yellow trim around the carpet below the hockey there. That all came about because players were kicking each other at one point.
Can you imagine players say, like, I don't know, Richie Burnett? If you don't want to be standing that close to him, it's just a useful guide to where you should not stand.
45.
But you still see people in it.
Yeah, true. Some big famous matches have ignited because of all that kind of thing. And no one can forget the
60.
Price Anderson bust up at the Grand Slam. It was Keith Deller and Rod Harrington, wasn't it, that were involved in the infamous kicking incident that actually
135.
brought in the exclusion zone. Ryan Harrington, of course, almost made it to our Champions Week last week. Lost in the final to Anton Ursland,
85.
Rod's son. And it's amazing, isn't it? You look around the dart stage, there's always a reason why
140.
everything is like it is.
Yeah, it's definitely it's quite fun delving into why things were changed. But yeah, that
58.
Darren Webster one, it makes me laugh every time. We've just stood there. What's he doing?
Yeah, and to be fair, Darren Webster, if anyone has seen him, he'd have a job putting water over anyone's head, wouldn't he? Never mind Willie O'Connor
105.
at 6 foot something.
Yeah, indeed, because I'm pretty sure it was the same year that he was in a group with Dave Parletti, and the graphics people just put the
58.
tip of Darren Webster's head
76.
on the social media post.
Well, Big H looking for a big finish here. Having to move.
56.
Well, you could
They
see what he
require
could see.
140.
Plenty of it, but couldn't find it.
And so Harry will come back. Doesn't have a
100.
break opportunity to
Harry
make it
requires
level
20.
again.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Harry Ward.
And it is all square. Well, you've made me... We've gone down this road now, Laura, so I've got to ask. You don't have to name and shame
If it
anybody,
gets
but
Harry
are there
to throw
any,
first. Game on.
any players on the women's tour that are well-versed in the dark arts of darts?
Yeah, I guess there's one or two. I won't name and shame, but yeah, you do get some that
100.
perhaps. Yeah, you do get some that perhaps do employ a few little tactics. The odd.
140.
Yeah, just the odd thing or two. But I wouldn't want to name them. But yeah, let's just say there are some players that I just don't really want to play, and that's not necessarily because they're that much better than me. But it's just going to be
85.
It's going to be more mentally challenging than just getting on and playing darts.
Okay. I can see a premium YouTube channel coming now to reveal these...
43.
Well, what should we call them? Yeah, suspects, shall we? Accusations from Laura Turner. By the way, Laura, hitting a 180 against you isn't a tactic. That's just
125.
what you're supposed to do.
No, I get that. I do get that, and it happens more often than not anyway.
84.
I will say though, on the whole, I think you've been to the Women's Series, and we all get on, and it's just a wonderful opportunity. I think most of us are just still kind of reveling in the fact that we've got it, and it's got bigger and bigger basically each year. And we've got six weekends, 24 tournaments next year with match play. You've got spaces at the Grand Slam, so yeah, we're all quite we're all quite excited. We're pretty much on board with everything.
Oh, you'll change. Can
73.
Nico Bloom change the direction of this leg? 138 on offer. Going the Luke Humphries route that won him the Grand Prix, but can't repeat the cool hand checkout.
43. Harry required 20.
A double 10 for Ward to get in front at 3-2.
$15.
Yeah, and how often do we see that
Nico, you
double
require
five? And it's
95.
just one of those awkward doubles that you could just so easily pull it in, and that's what he's done.
Double 16. Oh,
Game
really
shot on the
nice
fifth
nick
leg.
from Nico.
Nico Bloom.
Landed the ball at the start of the combination, got one dart at double 16 and took his chance.
So it's Nico to throw first.
But that can be the difference
Game
between
on.
victory and defeat, and the difference between it being Bloom who doubles his points tally. That would leave Harry Ward languishing on just one win from 3.
45.
And it's the two ADC Europe qualifiers really that have shown themselves to be contenders in this group today.
140.
And I guess in the case of Bloom, it's not as surprising because like you say, he is a former, youth champion. And
96.
what is surprising, I guess, is the fact that no one really knew what level he was going to be bringing this week, and it's been very good so far.
Been blooming good.
30.
How many of these puns are we going to have this week?
Say that with no regret. Ward still in this.
30.
That's a messy visit from Nico, and Ward's only a point behind him and a throw behind him.
$60.
Yeah, didn't really make the most of the opportunity there, Harry Ward.
43.
Roll of the eyes. He knows he's in a brilliant position and he's let that position get away from him here. It's advantage Harry Ward, really. He might be 3-2 down in the match, but he's ahead in this leg now and he would have the darts in the decider.
98.
Yeah, and you would have liked to have seen that last one go in there. And we often say in darts it's all about timing, and 3 out of the 4 visits for Bloom have been trebleless.
57.
As is that one.
That's tricky. No room.
43.
Oh, and that is just a little bit of a slip. It gives Bloom the opportunity to work his way back into this leg. Harry Ward leaving a big 3-figure finish.
60.
Nico Bloom leaving an even
Harry
bigger
Ward,
one.
130.
I've got big fish, we've got little fish.
Treble 20 to get a go. No bite at the bullseye. So will it be the
58.
maximum finish
Nico, you require
for
170.
Bloom to get a big win against Big H with the big fish? No, it won't.
That was a good build-up, though.
Big, wasn't it?
60. Harry requires 72.
Once again, to level the match, the double 12.
48.
Yeah, another missed opportunity there for
Nico,
Harry
you require
Ward.
110.
110 for the win. Hasn't it a big treble in his last 12 darts, but he does when it matters. Can he hit the double?
90.
He thought he had.
Harry
Bloom thought he
requires
got the job
24.
done. He thought it was in.
He obviously felt good. And as players, we've done
Game
that quite a
number
lot.
6 there.
It's quite embarrassing,
Harry
but
Ward.
that was good there from Harry Ward. And we are now at 3 apiece, but Harry has the darts.
Yeah, that was the
7th and final leg.
darting
It's Harry to
equivalent
throw
of
first.
running for the bus
Game
and then just
on.
pretending you weren't running anyway when the bus drives off. He just paused his celebration and just tried to pretend it was part of his walk, didn't he?
I'm cool.
58.
You got to style it out.
Well, only 58 from Ward gives some optimism to Bloom, who thought he'd already won the match. Now he's going to have to break the throw to win the match.
95. $95. $40.
It's at these points in the matches, it just gets a bit edgy. Players just need to relax, try and produce their best things at the right time. Very easy for me to sit here and say that.
100. $45.
Not really happening for either player at the moment. Ward still has the heavy advantage in this last leg. Can he stick one between the posts?
60.
Not quite, so not on a finish yet. And Bloom could be if he can pull out the big guns here.
$93.
I'd just say the timing of Bloom's release is obviously quite tight in the shoulder. Where I can understand why. You know, it's 3 apiece. You want to play well. Perhaps the experience of Harry is going to carry him over the line.
140. $96. Harry required 48.
For the win. He's been made to work hard for it here, Harry Ward.
Game shot
does
and
get
the
it.
match.
Double 16.
Harry Ward.
Sees Big H cross the line. Nico Bloom at one point of the match thought he'd won. Through a dart double, it was so close that he actually started celebrating its entry. But when he exits the stage, it will be without the point from this match. Big H takes them a 4-3 success for Harry Ward.
An 81 average, 4 out of 12 on his doubles, and he doubles his points tally for the day. 4 points for him, 4 for Felix Schertz and Willie Borland, who is back in action next when he takes on Thomas Banks.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. We've got some Monday lunchtime darts for you here on the south coast of Portsmouth. We've got a Monday lunchtime full of drama as well. Before the break, Harry Ward involved in his second last leg deciding match of the day. This time on the right side of it, getting the better Nico Bloom by 4 legs to 3. Prior to that, Felix Schertz inflicted a first defeat on Willie Borland, whilst Thibaut Tricol got his first victory against Thomas Banks by 4 legs to 2. This is what it does then. In terms of the league table, and as you can see, it's perfectly uniform. 3 players at the top on 4 and the other 3 players on 2 points. And that can all change in the space of the next few minutes or so. Next up for us, game 10 sees Thomas Banks up against Willie Borland. Down in the commentary box, Lord Turner and Chris Murphy.
Thank you very much, Henry. It is a return for Willie Borland and Thomas Banks, both who were beaten in their previous matches and will be looking to bounce back. Banks did get the better of Harry Ward earlier on, and Borland won his first 2 matches convincingly. 4-1 against
First leg, it's Thomas to
both
throw
Nico
first.
Bloom
Game on.
and Thibaut Tricol. But then defeat by the same margin to Felix Schertz has just delayed Borland's
43.
progress. It won't be the dominant day that he was expecting, but he'll still be eyeing 4 wins out of 5
60.
with Thomas Banks here and Harry Ward still to play.
140.
Yeah, I think it's been a bit of a difficult start for Thomas Banks. Definitely has grown
85.
into it. And I think his last match against Tebow, he did beat Harry Ward, but he was afforded a lot of opportunities. There were a lot of missed darts at double from Harry in order for Thomas to take them. Obviously, he did have to
140.
take them. Then I thought he was actually, it was a better performance against Tebow.
77.
He came in after winning a ADC qualifier, Thomas Banks. Just 17 years of age. We did
51.
see him at the UK Open earlier this year. He's got some stage experience. That's the scary thing, isn't
60.
it? You're getting players at
Thomas
16, 17 that have got
127.
more stage experience than some players in the 50s.
99.
Yeah, indeed. And I think a lot of that is down to the fact that, like I said before, there's just these opportunities now that perhaps
43.
weren't open
Thomas
to
required
players, say,
28.
10, 20, 30 years ago. Now, like I said, the younger players coming through just have these chances, and we're now starting to see the fruits of them. As you said
Game
before,
shot
you
on
know,
the first leg.
world champion
Thomas
came through that
Banks.
development tour.
Yeah, Banks makes the most of that opening leg.
Second leg is Willie to
There's a
throw
slip in that
first.
visit, but he put it right and landed double 8.
60.
Yeah, we have this sort of pathway now where players often start their darting journeys in academies and such like
96.
that weren't around for players of an earlier era. In fact, becoming a professional darts player, Laura,
100.
not casting any aspersions here, but it was a sign of a misspent youth often, wasn't it?
Indeed, yes.
29.
And it's normally players get into the sport because their parents did it. So my
140.
parents played. I then got introduced to it, and I enjoyed it and stuck with it. But now, like you say, with these academies and these
43.
opportunities that we're seeing, you're actually having people that perhaps have never had any knowledge of, darts before, wanting
97.
to have a go.
And if you're looking for somewhere for your child to go and play, look no
60.
further than
Willie
Junior
McGraw,
Darts Corporation.
104.
Check out their website. Academies all around the country with qualified coaches.
92.
And there are various sort of systems and setups. You don't just get chucked straight in at the dartboard you're seeing now. There are all sorts of innovative ways of making sure that they can
95.
enjoy that
Willie requires
introduction
12.
to darts. Willie Borland's not enjoying his double attempts today, is he?
10.
Yeah, no, and he wouldn't have enjoyed that either. He will be back because Thomas is not on a finish, is now.
98. Willie required 2. Game shot on the second
He
leg.
finds one
Willie
in the
Borland.
end. Double 1. Almost fitting that it was that one for...
So look, it's Thomas to throw first. Game on.
Borland hitting that, and Thomas Banks looking to reply by slamming in a max.
140.
Not quite, but a good start.
80.
Yeah, and I think when things like that happen, when you get a bounce out, I mean, they happen. But when I would imagine Willie Borland thinks he probably should be 2-0 up in this match,
58.
he would have expected to have been, and Thomas is producing better darts. But when you get that bounce out, you just think, oh, the world's
93.
against you.
You know, there can be a few different reasons for that. Sharpness of darts. Darts being too sharp can
43.
actually be an issue as well. Often also the equipment, if it just flicks the dart on the way through, it can take out the pace
59.
of it and it just can't penetrate the board. Sometimes it just gets dead unlucky and lands flush on a wire or
56.
just doesn't grip the sisal properly.
137.
Yeah, good visit there from Willie Borland. Leave the champagne shot, one of my favourites.
96. Willie required
Go on then, Laura, call it in.
132.
Okay, I've got to go.
He's let you down.
He has, hasn't he?
54.
Will he be
Thomas
punished?
required 108.
Treble 19, not found, so Borland will come back looking at
92.
78. May
Willie
start in the
required
same
78.
section that Banks has just hit. Couldn't find it, but that's out of the way nicely.
Game shot on the
And it
third leg.
enabled him
Willie
to
Borland.
have a clear sight at tops there and get ahead 2-1.
Yeah, and that
Fourth leg,
proved
it's
to be an
Willie to throw
important leg to have
first.
won there for Willie Borland. Breaks the throw of Thomas Banks, who was sat there on 16.
97. $99.
Well, no doubt Borland would have been disappointed when he did lose to Felix Schertz in his last match. But
180.
what a way to bounce back. And there you see the first 180 of the match.
39. $140. 58. Will he require 84?
79 remaining, so he'll just tidy this up
44.
and leave himself on top for when he comes back.
And a potential 13
41.
darter
Will he
coming in
require
here for Willie
40?
Borland. Needs tops.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Well, ends up being
Willie
15, but he
Borland.
won't care. 3-1 up now.
Fifth leg, it's Thomas to throw first. Game on. $97. $100.
Well, all his wins have been 4-1, Willie Borland, and might be getting a third one of those.
96.
In fact, all his matches have gone 4-1. He's lost
140.
Yeah, 4-1 wins and a 4-1 defeat.
$98.
It looks like it will be another 4-1 win
180.
for Willie, because that 180 puts him on the brink of victory.
Yeah, very strong performance here from Willie
58.
Borland.
Will he require 81?
Double 13.
55. Thomas, you require
He
152.
just throws at such a pace, it's hard to keep up with him.
Well, Thomas took this out earlier on today, but he can't repeat the feat.
58.
Borland
Will he require
has the
26?
choice whether to split or hit.
No score.
Does neither,
Thomas, you
misses,
require
and
94.
allows Banks back into the equation.
Double 10.
Game shot on the
Yeah,
fifth leg.
that's
Thomas
really,
Banks.
really good finishing there from Thomas Banks because he's under that bit of pressure. He now cannot afford any mistakes. But
Sixth leg, it's Willie to throw
going
first.
into the sixth
Game
leg, it's Willie Borland who does have the darts.
134.
Borland definitely been the dominant force on the scoring. Just the 3 140s for Thomas Banks.
55.
3 140s for Willie Borland, but 2 180s and 4 ton pluses.
97.
Willie has missed a fair few opportunities today. He won't be happy with the doubling part of his
44.
game. It's 25% in this one, which is not a great return, but it's much better than the 6.25% he had in his previous match.
Yeah, currently 3 from 12 Willie Borland, but like you say before, 1 from 16 and
26.
quite unheard of.
$125.
Well, 90 left to get it done this time, and he will have time.
what Thomas
100.
trying to do
We
is-
require 90.
Try and knock the score down, but this for the match.
50.
Just love those facial expressions from Willie Borland.
All he could do in the end was set it up. Has missed a lot of darts at double. He's got a lot of time to
28. Will he
think, but he's
require
also got a
40?
lot of time to hit here because Banks is barely halfway through the leg. This could get awkward. It's getting very awkward.
24.
And the last place he wants to be today is double 8. Let me tell you. There has been a curse around that target over the course of Monday's matches.
58.
Yep.
Will he
Can
require
he break
16?
that curse? Double 8.
Well, this has been the problem. He's been blocking it by throwing darts right on the wire.
Game
But he does
shot
get there
on
in the
match.
end. He has the remedy.
Willie Borland.
Willie Borland gets the win, 4-2 over Thomas Banks, who leaves the stage disappointed. Shouldn't be too disheartened, has shown some good stuff at times. Borland rather nicely there, giving him a few words of wisdom as they walk off stage in tandem. But it is Borland who picks up the points in that one and climbs back to the top of the table. He's the first to 3 wins in the next game. Nico Bloom and Thibaut Tricol are trying to get to 2.
Game 11 has a real continental feel here at the MODUS Super Series as Thibaut Tricol of France takes on the German Nico Blum here at the Live Lounge in Port. And that was after a Scotsman in Willie Borland got the better of Thomas Banks before the break by 4-2. So who's going to win this all-European continental battle? Let's find out. Hey, we've even got a smile and a thumbs up from Nico. He's loving this game, isn't he? Right, let's hand over to Laura and to Chris.
I think he was saying me. Okay, he's carrying on now. No, the camera's this way, Nico. The dartboard's there. You just let them do the talking. But yeah, he's enjoying himself, and that's what it's all about.
Yeah, no, that's very funny. Obviously, just signalling to Henry up on the balcony. Yeah, I can hear you.
I think he was telling him to shut up, which you know, many of us have thought about in the past, but have never actually had the guts to say it. He had darts thrown at him last week by Conan Whitehead. Well, actually, I just should clear that up. Actually, it wasn't the full
First
dart
leg, it's Nico
that
to
Whitehead
throw
was
first.
throwing up to the balcony.
Game
It was just
on.
the flight and stem.
Yeah, but potentially Henry didn't realise that as it was coming towards him.
Yeah, well, Bloom has turned up like a guy who is
40.
enjoying himself, and that's important because, as you said, he took a break from the game and maybe wasn't getting the joy out of throwing the darts that he did when he was a young teenager.
26.
So important to enjoy what you do.
$100.
Yeah, I think he's made quite a good start to his campaign. Has picked up. He was unlucky not to have won the match before. A match that he
100.
thought he won at one point. Just narrowly missing the winning double. He'd go on to lose 4-3, but played very well against Harry and has got some
57.
points under his belt already.
140.
There's a twist to stereotypes, isn't it? Because we've got German flair against French efficiency really on the stage
140.
here. We might see a little bit of flair from the German 164 setup here.
81. Nico, you're 164.
And he might take it. Treble 18. Not to beat. Well, it'll be the same two targets potentially for Thibaut Tricol, but to leave tops rather than the bull.
Yeah, also could not find
98.
Treble 18s. And Nico left himself on 26. Looks like he's going straight for it.
Well, I was going to say,
Game
you
shot
can't
on
get
the
much
first
closer,
leg.
but we've seen loads of
Nico
players get
Bloom.
really close today and not go in, but he adjusts well there, Nico Bloom. And the first leg.
Second leg
Go
is
this
Thibaut
way.
to throw first.
And I think the difference with that dart, like you say, we've seen so many so close, but because it was high, it still left a lot of the bed to be seen. I don't know how, but the players today seem to be able to
140.
consistently block the target that they're going for with their first dart for double.
57. $85. 134. 140.
Just if you are just joining us, a reminder of what's happened so far. 3-4 wins in the first 3 games for Ward, Ball and Shirt.
140.
And Ball
Banks 136.
and Bloom winning in the second set of fixtures before Tricol got off the mark against Banks. And now he's looking for double 8
120.
to open his
Nico
account
Bloom,
against Bloom, who
170.
is chasing down the maximum finish. Not going to happen. Yeah, so
58. Dibby requires
Willie
16.
Borland, in winning last match, is the first player to 6 points, top of the table. Thibaut Tricol still languishing down near the bottom with only 1 win to
No
his name,
score.
and that might not be
Dibby
changing
requires
here.
112.
Yes, I need a treble 20. Can't find it, so T-ball once
60.
again. We'll be back for double
Dibby
8.
requires 16.
But doubling at the moment, 0 from 4.
Game shot in the second leg.
Yeah, and does
Thibaut
get it. And you can
Tricol.
just see that reaction there. He's not happy with where his game's at the moment. Understandably so. Comes into this
So look, it's
game
Nico
today
to throw
as
first. Game
one
on.
of the favourites to top Group A. But I guess not panic stations yet, because as you mentioned before, he's not always the quickest of starters, but he's going to have to start
100.
building up that pace at some point.
Yeah, absolutely. Borland, 3 wins from 4. Shirts and Ward, 2 wins from 3.
44.
Tricol only 1 from 3. Thomas Banks, the man right at the bottom, with 1 from 4. But that win that
93.
Banks did get came against Harry Ward, so it shows that they can all beat each other in this group.
Yeah, they've definitely shared around the points, haven't they?
100.
Although now we're moving in, towards the tail end of the day, things are starting to shape up. Got 3 players with just the 1 win.
92.
That will obviously change after that, because 2 of the 3 players with just the 1 win are on the stage now.
Yeah, whoever does lose this game is going to leave themselves with a lot of work to do on Tuesday and
Wednesday.
Wednesday.
180.
Good work there from Tricol, the 180. But it only really gets him back in the leg.
85.
Yeah, a bit of a wild second dart there from Bloom.
$60. Nico, you require 131. $91.
Yeah,
Thibaut
that's a nice setup play there from
117.
Bloom. Opportunity here for Thibaut, but he's not really been able to capitalise when they've been afforded to him, and can't once again.
57. Nico, you require 40.
Top cent. Double 10. Double 5.
Game shot in the third leg. Nico Bloom.
And Bloom gets the lead once again, 2-1. He has been competitive.
Fourth leg, it's Tebow to
Yeah,
throw
beaten
first.
4-1 by a brilliant ball and performance in his first match, but then got the better of Shirts and only lost out 4-3 to Ward.
55.
Could have won that match. Thought he had won that match. Missed the match start marginally to do so. And he told Henry Deacon on the balcony and all the viewers at home that he was going to be the
140.
one that would win this match before a dart was thrown. So far, he's good to his word.
60.
Yeah, he's looked very solid, but it's also been quite fun to watch. He's really enjoying himself, making the most of the opportunity here at the MODUS Super Series.
100.
I just wonder, as the days progress and you get to that business end, we quite often see it, you know, is there going to be a more serious head that goes on when you can just about touch the finishing line?
$100.
Bloom's got an opportunity here to pull far clear of Tricole.
91.
And he is first to a finish against the throw.
100. Nico, you require
Yeah, and that visit there
170.
from Tebow just gives Bloom at least 6 starts, which you'll need.
64. $140. Nico, you require 106.
And again, good setup play there for Tebow Tricole. Sometimes
58.
it just goes to show, even if you think you're kind of out of a
46.
leg, it's always, you know, you need to keep pushing, putting on that pressure. I know you're hoping for a mistake, but they do come. And
Game shot on the fourth
there
leg.
you see Tebow
Tebow
Tricole takes
Tricole.
the opportunity there, and it's now, again, a level game.
Yeah, Bloom had a chance to really put
Fifth
his
leg, it's
foot
Nico
on the
to throw
throat of the
first.
Frenchman,
Game
but
on.
didn't manage to do it. And remains focused. Tebow Tricole.
55.
He'll be now looking to exploit a poor start to this fifth leg.
95.
Yeah,
58.
it's quite a strange feeling, actually, because obviously we now got the draw for the Lakeside Championships, and Tebow himself being part of that knows that he's going to be playing the winner of Leonard Gates or Brian Corbett
123.
from New Zealand. And that's, for me, I think Leonard Gates is going in as one of the favourites just because of what he's done on the seniors.
A lot of people have said to me that they think Leonard Gates could be
60.
the Lord of the Lakeside.
It was quite a strange feeling. Yesterday I played County. I played Joe Clements, who's also in the World Championships, just on a bit of a random draw.
140.
And it just felt like a prelude. It was in the back of my mind as I'm playing that, oh, this could have been a match here, you know. I just wonder how much, maybe it's just me, but if it does play on the mind of players who are trying to build up their, you know, that you want to hit the
80.
best form right now.
143.
Yeah, this time of year is the time to be peaking, isn't it? Not just for that Lakeside tournament for many, but there'll be others that play here at the
87.
Super Series ahead of a trip to Ali Pali. Don't know how much I'm allowed to give away, but there are at least a couple of players that are going to be appearing ahead of a
Game shot on
World
the fifth
Championship
leg.
appearance in the
Tebow
PDC.
Tricole.
Tebow Tricole, though, has turned this tie around 3-2 now to the Frenchman. That 56
Six leg, it's
finish.
Tebow to throw first.
And this is
Game on.
maybe turning into a pattern for Nico Bloom. Winning positions, but managing to lose
58.
games. It's happened in the last match, and it looks like it's going to happen again.
$41.
Yeah, Bloom, they're not able to make the most of that 58 that Tebow hit. Just get the impression now that Tebow's starting to play himself into that bit of form that we
140.
expected. And it's strange, just because there's still obviously 2 more days to go. What we think now by Wednesday could be completely flipped on its
140.
head.
$59.
Well, I think you can be very happy with the standard of darts he's produced, Nico Bloom.
140.
Even if the results maybe aren't going his way. Although let's not write him off in this game just yet.
41.
Because he's got 6 darts from 180 here to get the game back level, and he'll be throwing first in a decider. Don't put another one in there, whatever you do.
Yeah, throw it high.
Treble 12, go treble 12.
168.
Yeah, that was the shot that kind of destroyed Dirk van Dijvenbode for quite some time, busting that 180.
98. Nico, you require 12.
Well, that was clever play, that.
No
That
score.
wasn't clever at all. That was the opposite.
We require 105.
Will it be Thibaut Tricol, the Tungsten Terminator?
85.
Not quite.
Nico, you require
Nico Bloom
12.
will be back.
Yeah, so double six to once again make it an even match.
Game shot on the 6th.
Yeah, you can see the reaction
Nico
there.
Bloom.
Really did carve out that opportunity with the treble 16, treble 20,
7th
treble
and
20
final
visit.
against Nico to throw first. Game on.
But that's another thing. You talk about these academies and stuff that we have before. Players are learning the maths so much better. There are players who would never have
91.
even considered anything other than trying to hit a single 20 and avoiding those 2 darts in the treble. But he saw the risk and made a different choice.
125.
Yeah, I guess we collectively call it like board management now, don't we? But like you say, it's even the routes that people take. So 76 for me is always going to be
140.
treble 20, double 8 because I'm boring and old school. But you just see players taking so many different routes now for shots that, like you say, normally wouldn't even contemplate.
Yeah, treble 16, for
100.
example, has become a route for that 76, hasn't it? Because some players have prefer to leave 60, some actually giving themselves more margin to miss, because if you hit a 1 or a 5, then
60.
you've treble to double. Whereas if you hit an 8 or a 7, it'll be a single to get to the bullseye.
60.
Bloom has done well here to get himself back in pole position in this game.
60.
Yeah, as you mentioned earlier, he has been in these positions and just managed to let it slip away from him.
Is it happening right at the wrong time for Bloom and at the right time for Thibaut
180.
Tricol, who
Nico, you require
produces
150.
the maximum? That was a real flyer from Bloom, who probably can't
100.
believe that Tricol
Nico, you
has
require 36.
rattled in a 180 with what he hopes is his penultimate visit of the match, and it turns out to be just that, a 4-3 win for Thibaut. Nico Bloom goes down 4-3 for the second successive game. He's playing some really decent darts, but just not managing to cross the line, and he's a little frustrated by that one. It was a 180 that won it, really. It was the second to last visit of the match. 150 remaining for Bloom, and then the maximum went in for Thibaut Tricol for a 13-darter after pinning double 18, 91.94 average. Really neat and tidy stuff for him as he takes his points tally to 4. Coming next, Felix Schertz looking to join Willie Borland at the top of the table if he can get the better of Harry Ward.
Welcome back. Well, it was all smiles before the game as far as Nico Bloom was concerned, but the flower power hit the weeds against the French touch as Thibaut Tricol sealed a 4-3 victory. Right, the final game of round 4 sees Felix Schietz in action. He takes on Harry Ward, being watched by Laura and Chris.
Yeah, thank you very much, Henry. Yeah, the table is starting to take shape. I know we're only on day 1 of 3, but it's getting quite exciting already. And this is another one. Felix, I thought Felix was really quite in control, quite good against William Borland. Willie hadn't lost a game up to that point, and Felix went out and won 4-1. Been quite impressed, and Harry's had one of those campaigns so far.
It's
been all or nothing. Played very well again in his opener, beat Thibaut Tricol 4-1. But it was that match for me against Thomas Banks. He went down 4-3, but missed something around 28 darts at a double. So it's just getting everything together, and hopefully, like I say, as this day goes on and the week goes on, we're going to start seeing the best from all these players.
Well, he still could climb to the top of the table come the end of the day, Harry Ward, because if he wins this match, he'd be level on points with Willie Borland, who's already in that position right now. But then he plays Borland in his last match of the day, so that could be a straight shootout for top spot.
100.
However, this man will have something to say about it, because if Schietz wins, he will be top of the table on leg difference at the end of this game, going into the final fixtures of the day.
85.
Nico Bloom against Thomas Banks, Harry Ward against Willie Borland, and Thibaut Tricol against Felix Schietz.
99. $60.
I do like it with Harry, especially, you know, where he's had that kind of love-hate relationship at one point with darts and has now come back and really does want to kind of forge ahead, because he really wasn't in a happy place, what, 2 years ago? And now looking to come back, perhaps regain a tour card, make the most of these opportunities like here at the Super Series. And
180. Felix,
one of those players that, again, I enjoyed watching when he did play, because he grows in confidence, and I'm hoping to see more of him on the big stages.
65. Harry, 152.
A well-timed 180 won the last game for Thibaut Tricol. A well-timed 180 has given Ward a chance in this opening leg, but Schietz will be back to look at the 96.
60. Felix, you require 96.
One of those checkouts where you really want the treble because you have a decision to make if you don't hit it. Well, no decision to make. It's treble 19 for double 19 now after a miss by that margin.
40. Harry, you require 92.
But I got the premise. Yeah, just his execution let down.
And that can't be said of Harry Ward, who clinically kills 92 to punish that misstep from his opponent. And a 1-0 lead with a break to boot.
Second against Harry to throw first. Game on.
He's looking to put himself into that position where a battle versus Borland would see who topped the table come the end of the day.
No, I think at one point, especially the way that Willie Borland kicked off, I could have seen him just running through the card.
25.
To say he's just had a couple of lulls, a couple of dips in performance. Everyone's capable of it. But it just makes it all the more interesting for us, because I still can't work out who is going to finish where.
Who will be 60. Our first player through to Saturday, and who will be here in the venue for the first weekly finals. All you've got to do to be there is scan that QR code. I'm sure many of you were watching at home the festivities and fun of the Champions Night on the Saturday just gone, and tickets for the entire series are available at Dart Shop TV for a small booking fee of just a couple of quid. Leave that QR code there for you to get your smartphone out and scan.
60.
You've also got to bear in mind, as Henry said earlier, that the ADC Women's Vault Finals is happening here in a couple of weekends' time, so you can get a double dose of darts and some good players in that as well, Laura.
Yes, yeah, headlines probably by Lisa and Dita would be the kind of players that most people would know.
180.
There's quite a lot in there as well. Like Rebecca Browse, I think there's Sam Curtin. So there's a few players that have also been on the women's series. Kim Holden, a runner-up of the women's series herself. 96. So there's a lot of talent in there. Just perhaps names that many people will know. However, they need to watch, because then they really will know them.
Yeah, absolutely. will be streamed live as well, that event, on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. Now, is there a way in here?
Games
Yes,
on the
there is. He
second leg.
used the
Felix
barricade to
Schertz.
bounce in off the barrels and get the break back. One apiece in this
Delegates
one.
Felix to throw first. Game on.
Just wonder if in that Lisa and Dita may have the slight advantage, having played in this format before. Lisa on this very stage.
100.
Yeah, I think so. And not just that, obviously, just the experience, the wealth of experience that they've got. And televised events, both have played in the PDC World Championships. Obviously, Lisa herself, a multiple women's world champion.
140.
Dita, probably one of the most accoladed women, or just dart players in general, within the sport. So I think there's that. But as I say, underestimate any of the others at your own mercy, because, let's say, Kim Holden is one for me that her story and how she's come into darts. She hasn't really been playing that long and has really made an impact on the women's series quite early on.
Yeah, former England footballer that's put the boots down and picked the darts
60.
up. Great stat about Dita Hedman. Only Phil Taylor has won more titles than her.
He did all right as well, didn't he?
85.
You wouldn't mind being 1 or 2 behind him, would you?
No.
100.
Starts on the 19s. There's a crafty way to leave a finish here. Another single and then the 25 or bull.
55.
Tempted it, but couldn't quite manage it.
Yeah, so a good opportunity here for Harry to just set something up.
105.
Yeah, and that's another good last dart. We were talking about board management earlier, because that 25 just ensures that he's on a 2-dart finish as opposed to a 3-dart combination.
98.
That's
Harry
nicely
Require
done, just to get into the
96.
same territory, waiting to pounce if Ward can't clean this up. Now, does he go double-double, or is it the treble? It's the treble, it's in the treble, and it's double eights.
Game
And it's
shot
in that
the
as well.
third leg. Harry
So
Ward.
3 straight breaks a throw in this bout. All amounts to a 2-1 lead for Ward.
Fourth leg, it's Harry to throw first. Game on. 119.
I just think it's quite a measured performance. I think Harry could have potentially have really kind of fallen apart after missing that
60.
amount of doubles early on. I think some of those things can kind of live a bit rent free in your head. But just looking at that now, he's 2 from 2, 100% on the checkout.
He's been a player that I feel has improved every time he's been here, and often improved as the week's gone on as well when he's been here, which is ominous for the other players in the field.
180.
Yeah, there you see a second 180 and well timed 180. But back comes Harry Ward.
180.
Just cancels it out, doesn't it? Basically.
Yeah, making our referee Owen Binks work for his money.
40. Harry requires 77.
Had the luxury of going for that route. Trying to get to double 16 by hook or by
61.
crook, but when he did get there, he missed it.
Arguably, that area of the board probably hasn't been that kind to Harry throughout today. Double 16,
57.
especially double 8.
Harry
I think
requires
we thought there was
60.
a bit of a hex on it earlier on in the day because everyone was missing it.
Game
they're all
shot on the
hitting it
fourth
now.
leg. Harry Ward.
Harry Ward finds it and finds himself 3-1 up in this pivotal, potentially, fixture against Felix Schertz. It'll determine which one of the players will have a record of 3 wins from 4 rather than a 50% win ratio, which of course means that going into your last match, you could still end up with a negative return for the day.
140.
Yeah, I think these first couple of days I just enjoy it. You're enjoying the darts and what people can produce. It's that third day where you have to get your fingers, your toes, and abacus is out to try and work out all those permutations of who can, not just top Group A, but I think it's really vital to get into Group B as well if you don't top Group A.
Yeah, you can not win a group on Monday or Tuesday, but you can kind of rule yourself out of winning one, can't you? And it's about just doing enough to keep up the pace to be in contention. So as Laura says, if you don't win the group, at least you fall into that Group B, for which there are 3 spots available for finals night from just 5 places.
140.
I know the players hate it when I say this, but that means you're actually more likely to get through that group than not get through.
100.
You are, but it's a painful statistic when you are one of the 2 people that are not going through.
Right, 2 120-something finishers on offer here. This one can be completed on the ball and is completed on the ball, denying Ward a go at the 125. And that is super stuff from Shirts to at least elongate this encounter.
Game on. $100.
Yeah, this match really has. The levels have been raising throughout this match, throughout the day. That was a wonderful finish.
45.
The averages for Harry, just under 100 average for Harry Ward. Dead on 90 at the moment for Felix.
55.
A slight slip there. Felix has got away with one of his own in his opening visit, but he's losing his line here. Now he's losing his weight.
45. 45.
And just as I was kind of praising how the levels have raised, they both just lost their scoring boots at the moment. 2 scores of 45
96.
for Felix. The last 2 scores for Harry, 45 and 55.
He looks a little disgruntled.
97.
Felix Shirts, but they're still a way back here. And you can see he really expected to hit 2 trebles from that first start, never mind 1, but didn't get any. Sudden nervousness apparent between the pair of them as this match nears its conclusion.
Well, as you say, although it's still like day one, there is still that chance that you can start drifting off from that pack. You can find yourself just wallowing at the bottom.
94.
And you just want to keep yourself in contention because anyone that's on 2 points, say, after today, has just got a lot of work to do.
56.
Well, he'll be back unless Shirts can pull off what many think is the most difficult finish in darts. Treble 19 looks like the first target. I mean, I still can't be sure it was.
23. Harry required 56.
This for the win. Double 20 for Harry Ward. Double 10 for Harry Ward. And it's a winning double. And a winning double,
Harry Ward,
which sees him move to the top of the table. Big H has set up a shootout against Willie Borland in a couple of games' time with that win. A 4-2 success against Felix Shirts. And it's a decent display from Harry Ward. The doubling spot on, 4 out of 6. A 96 checkout in there as well, defying the 1-2-1 from Shirts and averaging north of 91. So he will play Willie Borland in 2 games' time to determine who will finish the day top of the table. But before that, Nico Bloom and Thomas Banks will do battle.
Welcome back to the Super Series. And before the break, we saw Harry Ward get the better of Felix Schertz by 4-2. That's the end of our fourth round of fixtures for the day. This is what we've seen. Then prior to that, we saw Thibaut Tricol get the better of Nico Blum by 4-3, and then Willie Borland get the better of Thomas Banks by 4-2. As you see, every game in that fourth round going against the darts. Right, let's have a look and see how that tees up the table. Harry Ward and Willie Bourne, they're going to be meeting in game 14, both at the top on 6 points. The victor will go outright at the top of the table at the end of the day. Felix and Thibaut both on 4, and Nico and Thomas are on 2 points in a fairly uniform table. But that uniformity is going to end, that was a big word to say, following the conclusion of this game, as Blum takes on Banks, a German who really has enjoyed every single second of his Super Series experience so far here at the Live Lounge. He takes on Banks, and watching this one down in the commentary box, it's a thumbs up to Chris and Laura.
Thank you very much, Henry. And they're only big words when you add syllables to them. But yeah, we'll let him off that one. And it was a double thumbs up, wasn't it, from Nico Blum when he got that victory? But he'll be thumbs down after the last couple of games where he's let victories slip through his fingers. It could have been a very different day for him.
Yeah, and I think especially for this pair,
First
both
leg,
at the
it's
bottom of the table,
Nico
both
to
have the
throw
one win
first.
today. This is
Game
going to be the
on.
match where they probably both see it as an opportunity for them to win. It's very much more winnable for both of them, I would say. Performance throughout the day, I think Bloom has been slightly stronger than Banks,
134.
but Banks has proven that when his back's against the wall, that 152 that he took out earlier on today was absolutely sublime.
57.
Yeah, he's shown flashes, that's for sure. And let's not forget, it's not all about Group A, is it?
180.
However you get to finals night, as long as you are there, then you could be in Champions Week
100.
and in the money.
Oh, yeah, just winning here for a
40.
week. That's a £5,000 top prize. But that Champions Week, Jim McEwen's just walked off with a £20,000 check.
Yeah, will Banks cash the check this week? I've been waiting to say that.
147. $52.
I hope. If you are watching, Jim, congratulations.
60.
A
Nico,
long
you're
way
at
back to
195.
Maybole in Scotland. Might have just got there by now. Went for the bullseye. Treble 18 would leave tops. Couldn't quite find it, but he's in a very good spot.
39.
Here, Nico Blum in this opening leg.
Yeah, definitely got time, but this is
140.
this is what you want to see
Nico,
more
you're
of from Thomas Banks. We
156.
can see that he can do it, and he's come through a very hard qualifier to actually make it up here, but hasn't all come together on the stage yet.
Game shot in the first leg. Nico Blum.
So 1-0 to Flower Power, who's looking to end the day.
Second leg, it's
With his
Thomas to throw
second
first.
win.
Game on.
We know that the group lead is going to be on 8 points now, so you do start to think that who loses this
45.
match, even after day one, won't be looking at topping the group. They'll be starting to think about plotting their route to Group B.
Yeah, as I say, it just becomes very
60.
difficult if you get cut that far adrift.
100.
It's quite funny. Nico Blum's nickname, Flower Power, it's one of those things that followed me around. Obviously, my maiden name being Power, that was used quite a lot as I was
60.
growing up.
Do you have a nickname now?
No, I'm good with that.
60.
So you don't want me to start asking people on social media to offer ones up?
You are more than welcome. I have done it before myself. And
57.
I
You
just,
didn't like anything that was
not
suggested.
really. I'm very indecisive, and you know when you say, I wouldn't want to change it. I like nicknames that are very that kind of come about,
140.
as opposed to just making one up.
$58. Thomas, you're 156.
Yeah, I think former suggestions were the Tide Turner,
Okay, like it.
Laura
60.
the Aura.
Again, good. I'm surprised you're not satisfied with these.
I'm very, very fussy. Hard to please, okay?
Now, there's lots you could do with Banks, isn't there?
139. Thomas, you're 196.
Thomas Banks Will he be on the money with this checkout? Oh, it's double. And he
Game
is.
shot on the second
Ka-ching.
leg. Thomas Banks.
Yeah, if he'd missed that, he would have felt robbed.
Very good.
The leg it's Nico to throw first. Game on.
Well, that's,
121.
again, one of those flashes. You mentioned the 152 earlier, that double 19 attempt. Was
60.
completed expertly. But really,
40.
the way the games have gone today, this last set of fixtures are very, very interesting. You've got the 2 players on 2 points, you've got the 2 players on 4 points,
58.
and the 2 players on 6 points all playing each other. So we'll get a separation in the table.
$140.
And Bloom very much in control of this third leg.
81.
It's got the feel of one of those matches that the pair of them will just be happy to hold throw until perhaps someone like Thomas can try
55.
and work out an opportunity to break.
$132. They go over 145.
And again, that goes back to that counting and that looking at a score from so far back so that you go the right route, and has left himself on 170.
93. Thomas, you require 170.
Well, will we see another glimpse of what he can do? Not on this occasion. Bloom gets to go at a more
56.
simple kind of
You require
shot.
52.
Double 8. Very aggressive, going for the treble there. Double 4.
Game shot in the third
Nicely
leg.
done.
Nico Bloom.
Getting some good reactions from Nico Bloom as well. He certainly has illuminated that stage in more ways than one today. Get out of the way.
Fourth leg is
You've
Thomas.
certainly
to throw
got a
first.
presence, but you
Game
can't throw first in every leg, Nico.
You can try.
59.
Yeah, he's been brought a nice personality with him and just seems to be enjoying himself up on that
100.
stage. May not have enjoyed all the results, just got the one win today, and that was back when he
94.
won his opening match. Check, there was a second match against Felix Schertz.
Yeah, again, which now what we've seen from Phoenix looks like a very good result. We didn't really know it at the
41.
time because of just a lack of regular playing for both Schertz and Bloom. In fact,
80.
Thomas Banks, a 17-year-old, you can find more information on because of the amount of stuff that he's played in over the last couple of years.
Kind of a look of disdain
65.
and disgust at the dart as it's laying there on the floor.
Yeah, if looks could kill, then he'd only have 2 darts for the rest of the game.
$22.
Yeah, and the timing of that visit from Thomas Banks
55.
kind of got away with it. But he's just allowed Nico back into the match.
$58.
That's a perfect dart that's not in the treble for Bloom to try and work.
60.
He'll be really disappointed. You can see that. That's why he paused there. He can't believe that one of them hasn't found the target.
Yeah, 3 very well thrown darts.
60.
Not as much as he'd like to show for it. Did this earlier. If he gets another one. Yeah, switching again.
And he does it again
168. Thomas, you reckon 128.
Well, we know what to expect now from Bloom. I think that on that occasion he was pretty safe. They weren't as precariously
88.
positioned, but
Nico, you require
because
12.
of the positive memories of that last time, he's done it again.
Game
And
shot
it's
on the
worked a
fourth
treat
leg. Nico Bloom.
for Nico Bloom.
Yeah, the bed and
If
for
that
the,
is
for the
Nico
actual
to
big
throw
20
first.
seemed quite
Game on.
open. I was thinking he may go that route, but as you say, he's Dart players can't ever pretend to actually know what they're thinking or what they're going to do at any given time.
97. 125.
Good use of the marker on this occasion.
140.
And it looks like this time he may well close it out.
84.
Yeah, but again, we have seen him being in quite a commanding position in matches before, and both of those he's gone out and lost 4-3. Lost 4-3 to Tebow and
32.
lost 4-3 to Harry Ward from a position where we thought he may go on and win.
60.
Well, he can
You got your record,
put an end to any
132.
thoughts of that with a fantastic finish here. And he's going the champagne route. Well, he's 88 left. So good on treble 16, but he's going to go for treble 20.
64.
Like you say, or like I said before, just when you think you know the route that someone's going to take, they always
62.
go somewhere else.
There you go,
Well,
your
both
record,
those options
68.
available on this as well. Gets the treble 20,
64.
but not the double 4.
So much you require, 170.
Surely can't find a way to lose from here, can he?
Yeah, no magic there for Thomas Banks.
42.
Moving back
There you go, you
for
require
match-winning
4.
darts again.
Double 1 for the win.
No score.
And there is a way back for Banks.
So much you require, 128.
Another. Oh, yes, double 10.
108.
What a way that would have been to save his skin.
There you go, you require 4.
Bloom, once again, looks at a pair of 2s and a pair of 1s. And this time,
shot on the match.
He does indeed
Nico Bloom.
cross the line. Nico Bloom ends the day with victory over Thomas Banks, who will be rooted to the foot of the table on 2 points. Bloom has doubled his points tally and his win tally with that victory. A comprehensive 4-1 success that sees him finish a day on 4 points. Work to do for both players tomorrow, but we will determine who will be top of the table at the end of day 1 of Series 6 next, when Harry Ward and Willie Borland go head to head.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, we saw Nico Blum end his day with a 4-1 victory against Thomas Banks. Next up for us, it is the battle of Big H and Big Willie as Harry Ward takes on Willie Borland, our penultimate match of the day. But who's going to be the big victor? Because the winner is going to go top of the pile after day one. Here we go. Chris and Laura down in commentary to find out.
Thank you very much, Henry. A big match indeed, isn't it? A top of the table tungsten tussle to bring an end to this pair's day of darts at the Super Series, the first day of Series 6, and whoever wins the fight will finish with four wins from 5 and
First
top
leg, it's
of the
Harry
tree
to throw first.
at the end of day
Game
1.
on.
Will it be Ward or will it be Willie? Laura, we were just looking through their stats for the day, and there's very little to separate them.
Yeah, no, at the moment, if you look at the table, there is just the 2 additional legs won, which means Harry Ward, which sees him sat top, but both on 6 points. This, though, will separate them, and one of these two will be going into tomorrow,
60.
top of the table.
Well, the pair actually met exactly 6 months ago in a last 32 tie on the Challenge Tour. It was won by Ward, who went on to reach the final.
100.
Lost out to Berry Van Peer, a player that viewers of the Super Series this year will be very familiar with. But again, away from the Super Series, the head-to-head record is also tied at 2-2.
So, yeah, really is very little, not just to separate them today and on the table, but just overall.
Both players that have had PDC Tour cards and are
60.
probably fighting to get back there.
129.
Is there a Super Series win before they do on the cards for either player? I'm talking to Henry at the top of the show. And it's kind of one of the discussion points for this week. There are quite a few players in this week who probably would have hoped to have had a win by now.
100.
Yeah, there's one very prominent name that sticks in my head as Robert Thornton, who's made 9.
Yeah, 9 finals nights. And never actually got the title. Plenty of times being runner-up as well. Double 16 for
38.
Ward to draw first blood. And Willie Borland knows all about 141 checkouts.
109.
Not going to get this one.
Harry required 32.
Famously hit a 9-dart finish, didn't he, at the Ali Pali to win a match.
On the first leg.
But it's Ward who takes the first leg of this match. Well, that was a remarkable...
Second leg, it's Willie to throw first.
Remarkable moment when Willie Borland beat Bradley Brooks, winning
96.
a World Championship match with a 9-dart finish in a last leg decider.
It was the reaction as well. I mean, understandably so. It was quite as long a run off as Dwayne Stanley, for example, who disappeared. I think he was doing a lap of the venue. But yeah, just the reaction and everything. It's the magic of the Ali Pali and the magic of the World Championships.
Well, a perfect start for Harry Ward, but his perfect leg attempt ends after the first visit. Yeah, Borland held a PDC Tour card
60
from 2020 to the start of this year when he lost it. And it was one of those things, wasn't it? He was the name on everybody's lips, really, at the end of that World Championship a couple of years ago.
180.
But then kind of disappeared, and there's almost a narrative to suggest that that became a distraction that led to destruction,
Harry
if you like.
100.
Yeah, I think it's just the nature of what, how brutal it is in that top 128. Just seeing if it goes and can't find a double there. Yeah, I just think that top 128 is so hard. And I've got a feeling the year that he kind of dropped off was also when the prize money increased.
99.
And that's had quite an impact on a few players that may have done well, but the second year haven't done quite as well and they haven't earned as much money.
Well, it's Harry Ward who's doing well here. He leads 2-0 now, and he's just got out in 13 darts, and we could be seeing the best performance of the day in the last match of the day, because look at those numbers from Harry Ward.
99. 80.
20 points higher in the averages, and yes, people may say it's only 2 legs, but if he wins a match 4-0, then it's the halfway point, isn't it?
134.
Yeah, and these players, you've got to remember as well, they will have played best of 7 formats, best of 5 formats.
58.
But I think at this level, they're quite used to having a little bit more time. A race to 4 is always quite brutal.
$81. 96. 45.
Yeah, and again, there's just a little bit of dominance here from Harry.
59. Harry record
Willie Borland just not
142.
able to respond.
Another in there. Oh, this is wonderful.
122.
Ward has just turned it up a notch in the big match.
180.
Where's that been,
Harry
Willie?
record 20.
This can get messy.
10.
Well, did the
Willie
180
record
just
28.
do enough to rattle Harry's cage there? 777 can also get messy, and it has.
No score. Harry required 10.
It's one of those doubles, 5 and 777. You've just got to be quite aggressive and go for it, especially on this first start. And keeps floating it high. Can he adjust? I was scared of going in the 5.
5.
Yeah, attacked it only with
Willie
the last
required
one.
28.
So you may as well split if you're going to approach it that way. And exactly the same thing happens for Willie Borland. A different double, but the
No
same
score.
outcome. And
Harry required 5.
I wonder if he would be advised, instead of busting, just to have hit a big 3, for example, there, and left himself on double 2.
1.
Yeah,
Willie
I
required
agree.
28.
I think it would have been better, but
Oh, you knew he was
Angel
going to hit that when we
third.
both just said
Willie
that.
Borland.
But Borland does get a leg in the ledger, and that could be important. You know, we were talking about the fact that after 2 legs,
Four-legged
Ward
Willie
was
to throw first.
averaging over 100,
Game
and he
on.
was closing in on a 3-0 lead there, only when a 180 was hit by Borland. 3 visits prior to him actually going out,
58.
did he kind of emerge in this match at all? And if he wins it, you know, some days the 11 darters, the 12 darters are the important legs. Maybe
77.
that 22 dart leg there could be the most important of today.
yeah, because it's one of those ones that if you lose, if you're on the back of a loss and you've created again
100.
those opportunities and haven't taken them, it lives in your mind. You need to shake it off very quickly because you're a couple of legs away from winning or losing. But what that also did, as you say, going
100.
up to that double, I think Harry was still on 101 average, now gone down to around 85. Just shows the impact of missed starts at double.
140.
I often wonder as well, when you spend so long sort of throwing at doubles, do you kind of run the risk of losing the rhythm on the treble 20?
Maybe. I tend to find
15.
certain players, because I know I'm quite guilty of it, you're so used to throwing at the treble 20 that you just throw mindlessly. And perhaps when you're going for the double, you just
93.
take that extra bit of time. You're a little bit more deliberate. And that, again, can just completely upset the rhythm.
Well, another in there would leave him on a finish at least.
99.
Can't quite manage
Willie
it.
required 110.
But yeah, suddenly it could be 2-2 here.
98. 90.
Yeah, this
Willie
for 2
required
apiece.
12. Game shot
Double
the
6
fourth.
goes in, and that'll be a
Willie
relief
Borland.
because he's had trouble on double 3 earlier today. All square, so Ward has the work to do once again. The 2-0 lead has
Fifth against Harry
disappeared,
to
but
throw
Borland
first.
will have to
Game.
break if he's going to win this match.
Yeah, going back to what you were saying about leaving double 2 as well, and then just mentioning 6, that he does
98.
opt to split on the 6. So yeah, it does make sense to try and leave that double 2. Okay, yeah, he got the double 14 in the end, but had missed twice.
60.
And it's one of those horrible doubles that, you know, when you do stop breaking it down, you can leave yourself on that odd number.
There aren't many players, are there, that will actually change a plan during a match, but often it can be the right thing to do. If you're not hitting one
96.
target, just spend a bit of time on another one. We don't have long in these games, particular first to 4 legs, to sort of persevere
140.
stubbornly with something that's not working out for you.
To me, it cries of one of 2 things. One, it's just being stubborn, and it's just the way you've always done. Martin Adams, for example, was one of those players that will always just go for a double no matter what it is
40.
left. But the other thing is perhaps not feeling confident in your ability to actually make the split happen. So you're worried, you'd rather have a chance at the double than
100.
actually risk going for a single number and missing it. Sometimes it can be quite a telling thing about the actual player and where their mind is.
Yeah, Sebastian Białecki was
85.
one that did sort of switch between double 16 and tops throughout his campaign last week. When one wasn't working, he would
97.
move to the other. Borland has turned this around here with a helping hand from Harry.
$60. Will he require 104?
Double 16.
72.
And it's been very much a match of two
Harry
halves so far.
Maguire,
Harry Ward really very
122.
dominant in those opening two legs to go 2-0 up, and just missed a few darts once again at double, and just let Willie Borland in.
Yeah, this is really tricky as well. And it's nowhere near. It's going to be
54.
difficult to get
Will he
near.
require 32?
So Borland from 2-0 behind after winning that leg of dodgy doubling finds
James on
himself
the
3-2
fifth
in
leg.
front and now
Willie
throwing for the
Borland.
win. It will be a big W against Big H for Big Willie.
Sixth leg, it's Willie to throw first. Game on.
Quite funny is that
140.
when people have got previous of hitting 9 darters, even when that first one went in, it looked perfectly placed. You instantly kind of recall what he did then, and will he do it again?
58. $45.
Feel that there may well be a battle for the top of this table between this pair going on. Don't forget the fixtures are played in reverse order on Tuesday, so whoever loses this match will have a say immediately.
45.
Of course, they'll sleep between now and then, but in their next match will have the chance to put that right and remedy it and get back level
60.
on points.
Yeah, and also the next match, we've got Felix and we've got Thibaut Tricol. So one of those two will also go on 6 points after that match. Thibaut, like I say before, he's one of those
100.
favourites coming into it, but hasn't really perhaps performed or dominated as we had expected to. But Felix, for me, has been the surprise package today. I think he's been really good at times.
He lost his first 2 games, did Thibaut Tricol, so that will be some turnaround for him. And this has been some turnaround for Willie Borland. Lost the first
90.
2 legs of the game,
Willie
survived
require
darts to lose the first
160.
3 legs of the game. Won't be winning the match in this visit, but winning the match he may well
42.
be when he comes back.
We saw Willie Borland earlier on in the match from this position hit a 180, leave himself on 28 and completely turn the game around. Harry can't do the same, so Willie will be back.
60. Will he record 74?
Treble 14 would leave double 16, and 20 would leave tops.
54.
Is there
Harry
something
require 148.
will Harry Ward sleeve here? The answer is no. So double 10.
100. Will he require 20?
We'll see Willie be the big winner on day 1 of MODUS Super
Game
Series
shot
6.
and
And
the
there it
match.
is.
Willie
Four
Borland.
unanswered legs from 2-0 behind for Willie Borland gets him his 4th win from his 5 matches on the first day of the new series. Big H is in his slipstream on 6 points at the end of his campaign. 3 wins from 5 for Harry, but he would have felt that it could have been flip reverse that scoreline. He missed darts to lead the match 3-0. He ended up losing 4-2. And it's Willie Borland who has the best start to Group A this week. One more match to come. Thibaut Tricol looking to turn his day around totally when he takes on Felix Schertz.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. So we're joined up here on the balcony by the man who's completed 4 out of 5 on his opening day and is going to be top of the pile overnight. Willie Borland, great to have you up here. 4 wins from 5. What would you say your overall assessment of today would be?
Well, the first game started off great, and then it's kind of just doubles have let me down. But no, I'm happy to get the 4 out of 5, and there'll be better to come. So I'm looking forward to the week ahead.
Did today feel a little bit like a graft?
No, it did, yeah. Obviously, there's it's obviously good players here as well, you know. So like, it was good to see Nico Bloom back on the circuit. Good to see him back. Obviously, knowing Harry as well. We've all got like a bit to prove here as well. So no, it's a good group. It's going to be a hard group, but I'm looking forward to the challenge ahead.
You say you've got a little bit to prove. What in yourself do you feel like you've got to prove?
Well, I feel in the last few months my game's been a lot better than what it's been shown. But obviously in big competitions I need to just find that consistency level again. But no, as I said, I'm looking forward. Obviously I love coming here, so I just want to prove that I'm good enough consistently guys to win one of these events.
Well, it's that time of year, isn't it, where we reflect upon what we've seen in 2023. Obviously, you came off the back of a couple of years stint on the PDC Pro Tour. How would you assess your year overall in general?
Well, the year never started off so good, but then obviously I took 2 months out, and then I've kind of just got my head back. But now, the last few months I would say I've been playing a lot more to myself, but consistency takes time to come back. But now I'm practicing hard, I'm doing everything right. It's just to try and put it right when I need to.
As this and the vault events, and I know how much you love the vault events, this giving you this real energy, this real vigour back?
No, definitely. Do you know what I mean? It's cutthroat material. The vault, obviously playing best of 3 all the time. No, it's like you have to play well all the time to win, just like tournaments. And obviously I was down at Bristol last week and got beat in the final. But nah, just to play in the events has helped me massively. So I'm happy that it's going so well.
And in terms of today, 4 wins, I suppose no matter what happens now, you must feel settled into the week.
No, definitely. We go on to the next 2 days now. Hopefully I win the group. But obviously things can change drastically, so I'm looking forward to the next 2 days now.
Great watching you today. Well done on your efforts on day 1. Willie Borland, 4 wins and 5. He's top of the pile overnight going into day 2 here at the Super Series. One more game for us to go is Thibaut Tricol up against Felix Schertz. And watching this one down in the commentator box, it's Chris and Laura.
Thank you very much. Yes, the first day of Series 6 almost complete, and it will be at the end of this meeting between Switzerland's Felix Schertz and France's Thibaut Tricol, who is looking for a total turnaround today. Lost his first 2 matches, but victory here would see him win his final 3. But from what we've seen from Felix, it won't be an easy
First leg,
ending
it's
to the
Thibaut
day
to
for
throw
Tricol.
first.
He's been very, very
Game
impressive,
on.
the ADC Europe qualifier.
Yeah, I think it's one of the elements I love about the MODUS Super Series. Obviously, we see the quality and the talent. It's the new people that I haven't perhaps seen before. We've had people come over, especially now from ADC Europe, and they've won the weeks. Anton Ostlund, Moreno Michels, and he had a very
91.
impressive run in Champions Week. And I like, that's why I like tournaments like the World Championships, the PDC World Championships, because you just get to see what other people can do that you don't normally get the opportunity to see.
Yeah, didn't produce his best stuff early in the final, Michels, but Jim
60.
McEwen didn't allow him to. And who knows who will be in that big money match in 13 weeks' time. Could be a
100.
player on that stage today who has no idea that they actually could be the one picking up the £20,000 top prize.
134.
And I was there the week that Moreno Michels won his finals night, beat Fallon Sherrick just narrowly. But his surprise and delight at the fact that he'd done that, and then to actually go on and then make the final of Champions Week, it's just amazing. Like I say, what these opportunities the doors they can open for players.
Yeah, he's another player who was sort of on
40.
tour a while ago and sort of disappeared really, and just showing he's still got it. Now, can Thibaut use those darts?
20.
He doesn't, and he could lose a leg yet. A 170 attempt on offer for Schertz.
$45. Thibaut required 20.
No, but it's reaction, and that's what I like. He was confident that was going.
Game shot in the first leg.
As
Thibaut
Tricol
Tricol
finds that first double. opens up his account.
Second against Felix to throw first. Game on. $100.
Yeah, so a win here for Tricol would see him on 6 points and sat in third position overnight.
81. $100. $137.
Yeah, good switch there from Thibaut Tricol.
100. $79.
Oh, 3 tons in a row here for shirts.
$90.
He hops with the ball just on that last start there, gives him a good opportunity. 1-1-1.
60. Felix, you require 111.
So for a level match, that leaves him 92. So treble 20 won't go. So just looking to tee it up.
59. Do we require 144?
$90 remaining. 36 remaining.
Game
that
shot
is
the
a
second
sublime
leg.
finish from Thibaut Tricol.
Tricol.
144 all on the 18s to double his lead here. And Felix
Good against Thibaut to
can
throw
only
first.
admire
Game on.
the finesse of the Frenchman there.
Yeah, good sportsmanship. And you tend to find that the groups that we get here, they all seem to get on, congratulate. But you could also see that edge of frustration.
43.
Shirts there, probably presuming he would come back from that position, and that 144 finish is denied. Shirts even a go at a double.
80.
You mentioned the past propensity to start slowly, Thibaut Tricol, and that's kind of
44.
happened again today. But you can't afford to keep doing it. You'll have the reverse fixtures, of course, so arguably the 2 players who would be his biggest rivals in this group tomorrow he'll play last, having played them first today. That might actually be a better pattern of play for him.
100.
Yeah, I think so. I'm kind of with Thibaut. Those opening matches, I think they're horrible. There aren't many players that enjoy that first match. It's about surviving and getting across the line. The only good thing here, where it's a round robin, is you know that you're going to be back, and you can normally right some wrongs. But as we go into day 2 and day 3, the time it becomes less and less to sort things out.
100.
Another 2 lever
133.
finish, which he gets.
Felix require 121.
Shirts has a better one.
Yeah, we saw him take this out against Harry Ward to keep the match going. Can't do it this time.
57.
So check out the 144. Did you fancy the 18s for the 140? Funny, isn't it? Having just hit 2 treble 18s for a finish in the previous leg, he could have gone that kind of route
Felix
there, but opted against
64.
it.
And I think that goes down to that kind of just the way your brain thinks, that traditional finishing, as opposed to probably what you're going to leave something you're more comfortable with as well. But 140 for most players is just straight down the middle.
It's half an eye on leaving tops if you miss, isn't it, as well? Which is exactly what Shirts has done here. Sorry,
56. Thibaut, you require
just
100.
forgot he'd hit the treble. Now he leaves tops if he hits treble here, which he does. It's a bit of a flyer, but it doesn't block
80.
the bed.
Felix, you require 8.
No, and you would have expected more after that first start. First start sat perfectly. So this for a leg on the board for Shirts, and it
Shot
does
the
go,
third
and we are
leg.
at 2-1.
Felix Shirts.
Almost apologetic in his retrieval of the dart there, but he just needs to think back to the
Fourth leg,
last
it's
leg, how
Felix to
unlucky he
throw
was when he was
first.
waiting
Game
on a
on.
nice finish and saw his opponent pop the 144.
And you do find that there are
85.
players that very much are ones that apologise if they've taken a leg that they think that they possibly didn't quite deserve. They will put their hands up, and I also know players that find that very, very
100.
frustrating. They're kind of apologising for something that you intended to do the whole time, perhaps not in the manner that you do it, but still.
And he gets a bit of bad luck there with the dart falling out.
140.
How would you sum up the day for each of the 3 debutants?
Yeah, I think for Felix, probably had the
57.
best out of the 3 of them. I think he's shown very good patches, and I imagine walking away, hopefully, possibly with 6 points. But I think just having those couple of wins, he'll be happy with the way he's performed, because he's unlucky in some of the ones he lost. Nico's had a kind of up and down day. He's let leads slip far too often, but did right that wrong in his last match, and he's going into tomorrow off the back of a win, so that's great. And I just think for Thomas, it's just been quite a hard slog for him. Hasn't found perhaps the consistency at the level, shown
60.
moments of brilliance, that 1-5-2 especially, but yeah, just needs to perhaps bring tomorrow more of what we've seen when he's played for England in the youth side, and the caliber of darts he has to when he's won the ADC qualifier.
142.
Yeah, I think Nico
102.
will be, in a way, the most pleased, but the most
Felix requires
displeased,
60.
because he's lost 2 games 4-3. Could have actually been on 8 points himself, couldn't he? But has played some really decent stuff. As has this man. Right, how much can he see? Well, he could see enough, but he just didn't let go of it properly. Potential late release there.
40.
And Treacle will return.
Thibaut, you require 40.
It's a nice marker for Thibaut. Can't use it.
30.
And a bit of a let off, and yeah, you can see not
Felix, you
happy Thibaut
require
Tricol.
20.
Yeah, frustrated Frenchman. We haven't seen that reaction from him today so far. Still shaking his head. Well, they're both at it now.
15.
Should have
Thibaut
played last week,
required
shouldn't
10.
he, Thibaut? Because when he hit this double, I could have said, Treacle treat.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
You're gonna have to save that for like
Thibaut
another
Tricol.
year.
Exactly. Well, the fired-up Frenchman has finally done the job.
5th leg, it's Thibaut to throw
Found that
first.
double 5,
Game
and now is 1 leg away from the win, and it's over to Felix to have the post-mortem.
140. $40. $60.
Well, it's a rather laboured end to the day. He's winning 3-1 here, Tricol, but he doesn't look overjoyed about it.
180.
And that won't cheer him up.
81. 100.
Great visit. That puts him
140.
on the cusp of the win.
65. Thibaut require 80.
Treble 20. Double 10. And
Game
that is
shot
that.
and the
Thibaut
match.
Tricol does complete
Thibaut
the turnaround
Tricol.
on the opening day of MODUS Super Series 6. The Frenchman lost his first 2 games, but has won his final 3. Capped off with that 4-1 victory over the debutant here at the Live Lounge, Felix Schertz, who loses his last match and ends up on 4 points along with Nico Bloom and Thomas Banks, who only picked up 1 victory. But for Thibaut, he's in a much stronger position than when he started. 3 straight wins, a great 1-4-4 checkout in there as well, and a 4-1 victory to end the day's play.
Yeah, it wasn't quite formidable, but it was très bien as far as Thibaut Tricol was concerned on day 1 of the series. I'll be honest, that's as far as I remember from French at school. But Laura Turner's alongside me up here on the balcony to talk about what we've seen so far today. These are the results from our 15 matches. They have come, they have gone, and really it was 2 players that kind of took command of the group in Harry Warden and Willie Borland.
Yeah, and it's not surprising, really. And I think Thibaut showed what he can do. But again, just that little slow start, but towards the tail end, got better and better. But yeah, again, the 2 former PDC Tour card holders, I'm not surprised that you find Harry and Willie, but at the top of the table.
Do you think we're going to find, as we get to this point of the year, Q-School's coming up in January, this is the business months of the darting year, that those who may have just come off the tour, that want to get their card back, and those just at the top end of the other tours, we're going to see them come to their peak. But maybe we see the best stuff now because they need to get themselves ready for January.
Yeah, indeed. And I think that's where all the focus is, not just, at pretty much every level. We've got World Championships coming up, we've got qualifiers, and like you say, then we've got a Q-School over in January. So this is the time when any and every dart player wants to hit their peak moment.
Well, let's have a look at the story of the day. Let's talk about Willie Borland because he is the player at the top of the pile. 4 wins from 5 as far as he's concerned. And he wasn't overly enamoured with his performances, but he was happy enough to pick up the wins.
Yeah, and I think it was quite an honest reflection of what he'd done. He showed moments of brilliance. He was explosive at times, but perhaps lacked that consistency. And as the matches went on, he did get found out because he did start missing those doubles. And you can't do that against this calibre of player. But overall, I think the most important thing for Willie Borland is the fact that he's at the top of the table and he's got 8 points.
Well, he almost feel like a boxer that's been saved by the bell at the end of a round in the fact that, yes, though he missing doubles at the end of the day, but the day is done. He can go back in tomorrow.
Yeah, and tomorrow, that's the whole beauty of this. Tomorrow is a completely different day. Just because you've played well or poorly on this day does not mean that that's going to reflect what happens tomorrow. So it's still, it's still a lot of work to do for all these players.
Well, we were up here after Game 6, and Thibaut Tricol was behind us, and we were talking about how he got off to a slow start. He needs to pick it up for the rest of the day. Now, I don't know whether he heard us or not, but if he did, he may have taken it a bit personally, because he then went on to subsequently win everything from that point onwards. But once he did get going, we saw the type of player that is made a Lakeside final and is going to be competitive that tournament again.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he's got that coming up, obviously, in December. It's just a few weeks before then. So this is just a wonderful kind of platform for him to play at this kind of calibre of level, but also on a stage in front of cameras. And as I say, he just didn't start off too well, but he got better and better. And that 1-4-4 finish in that last match was absolutely sublime.
How do you think Harry Ward will assess today? He's got the points on the board, but again, maybe a little bit like Willie will feel there's still another level to go.
100%, yeah. I think it's been a bit of a mixed bag. The one game which he just needs to kind of draw a line under, missed a whole lot of doubles, I think 28 missed doubles in all, and did come out and he lost that game against Thomas Banks. But he came back from that, which is what always impresses me, because that kind of stuff can live quite rent-free in your head, and he hasn't allowed that to affect the other performances. And that last one was always going to be a tight battle between him, but he sat there second on the table, and that's what you've got to take forward.
Oh, don't tell me about rent-free in the head. Right, let's have a look at the table at the end of day 1. Willie Borland, he tops the pile, having won 4 of his opening 5 matches. Harry Ward and Thibaut Tricol are in handily poised positions on 6. Nico Bloom and Felix Schertz, the 2 ADC European qualifiers, on 4 points. Thomas Banks, the solitary victory to his day. I want to finish with Nico because, you know what, he's come in. He's not played stage darts for about 6 years now. The flower power has just embraced everything this thing is about.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's been fun to watch. He's brought, kind of a lightheartedness, but when it's come, when it's come to it and it's mattered, he's obviously got his dart head on. He wants to be winning these games, but he wants to make the most of the opportunity. He said himself he's going to come back into darts, and he wants to make the opportunity, most of the opportunity here. But he's enjoying ADC Europe, and it's just nice to see someone enjoying their darts.
Yeah, we certainly enjoyed watching him. I've enjoyed spending the day in your company. We'll do it again tomorrow, shall we?
Indeed, we shall.
We'll do that tomorrow, 9:30. Remember, exclusively on the YouTube channel tomorrow here at the MODUS Super Series, what we like to call Moving Day. But as far as day one is concerned, well, Borland can't be budged at the top of the pile.